So what we need to do is we need to make user account. Okay. So pretending that this person called, where is it? Pen. This person, John, just joined a help desk department, and we need to create a group called for the help desk department and give them just reset password privileges. Just reset password privileges. So,
In which region he joined Adnan bhai?
let's say in Sydney region, Sydney. So here the username is John, and department is help desk. Department is help desk and joined in Sydney.
And what is the last name of John?
John, any John, any, I mean, John, or let's say John Adams. J Adams. Okay. And the privilege we need to give him is reset password. He should be able to just reset password.
Adnan bhai, I have a question.
Yes.
Do we talk about the MFA during this chapter?
MFA, yes, we will talk about MFA too. But MFA
also,
is exactly the same as how you learned it in Azure.
okay, because I saw over there and I see here again and I say maybe this is the same.
Where did you see that?
In one of because I just review your notes for the part 7. In part
Okay.
7, you just pass it.
Okay. 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 Yeah, MFA is actually implemented through Azure. It's not implemented directly on the server. It's implemented through Azure.
But when they talk about iTunes, is that the same MFA?
iTunes is a configuration software. iTunes is not the MFA. iTunes is not MFA. iTunes is SCCM actually.
Okay. And autopilot is the same?
Autopilot is part of SCCM. Yes.
Okay, got it. And Adnan bhai, if you never mind, because long time ago I asked you what's the process when somebody wanna log into the printer.
Okay. Okay. No
And
problem.
if this is the time, just the process, because
Log into the printer.
yeah, when somebody log into the printer from the computer, client computer, what's gonna be happen back end?
Okay. Okay. I'll park this and we will discuss that at the end. Okay.
Sure.
Printer. Okay, so guys, the quick lab that we all need to do is create a user called John Adams, and in the help desk department. So for that, you can create a OU called help desk. And Naveed, thank you. You already created one, and it will be in the Sydney, in Sydney. And but the main challenge is how would you give them only reset password privileges? So once John logs into the client, John should be able to open Active Directory users and computer, because John has a client. John cannot log on to the server. So for that reason, you need to do few things in order to provide him this access. So you have 10 minutes to figure that out, maybe from Google, from anywhere else. So reset password privilege, you need to provide him only reset password privilege. Number one. And number two, John should be able to do that from Windows 10 client.
Assalamu alaikum, Adnan bhai.
Walaikum assalam. How are you?
Alhamdulillah. Good. Sorry, I'm a little late.
No, it's
So,
okay.
yeah. So, is there any task today or what?
Yes, yes. So are you looking at the screen?
I just I'm logging into the
Okay,
other.
just log in, and once you log in, and then I'll explain.
सर मैं बस अभी ज्वाइन कर रहा हूँ. I'm sorry.
Okay, it's okay. It's okay.
I'm a
Sure.
bit late.
No problem. No problem. So, guys,
I'm
the
still
task.
driving going home.
Oh, okay, okay. Have a safe drive. So you can listen to this conversation. So everyone, today's challenge task is create a user called John Adams in the help desk department and in the Sydney region. And the permissions you need to give to John Adam is only to reset the password. So John should be able to reset the password, but from Windows 10. So Windows 10, and he should be able to reset the password for everyone, not only his password, for everyone. Because since he's part of the help desk, he is a help desk admin. He receives calls from people that reset my password. So he should be able to do that from Windows 10. I mean, from the server, yes, user can do that from the server by opening Active Directory users and computers. But John won't be able to log into the server. He should be able to find a way to install all the administrative tools on Windows 10, and from there he should be able to reset the password. And I can give you a hint. Hint is RSAT. RSAT. So guys, quickly, you have 10 minutes to do this.
Anavi, can you repeat the scenario, please? What
Okay.
about this RSAT tool?
Yes. So from Windows 10, if you want to manage from Windows 10, if you want to manage Active Directory, you need to install RSAT tools on Windows 10. Okay, I mean, if you need to have Active Directory users and computer on a server, we know that we have to install Active Directory. But if we need to manage Active Directory from Windows 10, the client machine where you cannot install Active Directory, so we can install something called RSAT tools. So you can install RSAT tools on Windows 10, and then you should be able to manage Active Directory from there.
So Adnan bhai, create a Sydney organization unit and then username.
Yes.
Okay, actually, sorry, I was little late today, so.
No, it's okay. I mean, I haven't provided any step-by-step details. I want you to figure that out.
Yeah.
Yes, you do need to create a OU for this. You do need to create
Okay.
a OU called help desk. Inside the OU, you need to create a user
In Sydney, right?
in Sydney, yes.
In Sydney, so username is.
Username is John Adams. It's on the screen.
Oh, okay.
Welcome, Salam, Salim. Salim, we are doing a challenge lab. Please start your servers and start doing this lab quickly.
Yeah, inshallah.
Okay.
Thank you. So, sir, I have to make like two server and one client, right? Machine.
You already have both servers and one client, right? So
Yeah, yeah,
just start both servers and one client, and
sure.
then start doing this lab.
Okay,
Okay,
thank
so
you.
sir, after the John Adams name is installed, what was the next? That I think.
Okay, so John Adams, he needs to be part of the help desk. You need to create a OU called help desk, then create a user inside inside help desk OU, and then give him reset password privileges. So John should be able to reset password of everyone.
Oh, okay. Okay. So
Okay, so one thing that you must all understand. One thing you must all understand that when you need to research on something, everyone, when you need to research on something, use a smart technique. Use a smart technique instead of panicking, instead of just trying just on your own. It's better to use smart techniques. So, for example, one of the smart technique can be that why reinvent a wheel? Just Google something, say reset password privilege for help desk admin. So you can Google this and then go through some articles. They would maybe give you a direction that, okay, you do this and this and this. So instead of just going into the security, finding something, it's better to first spend 5 minutes or maybe few minutes just to find that if others have already done it or not.
okay, sir. So, sir, basically, it's not a user. In Sydney, we have to create a help desk OU, right?
Yes, first create a help desk OU and then create a user inside the help desk OU called John Adams.
Yeah, because I.
So Nambhai, the only technicality I had was actually I had to give the whole OU the permission of password reset. Is that okay?
Yes, that is the way actually.
Okay, perfect. Thank you.
You're welcome. And you were able to install the RSET on Windows 10?
Well, I didn't need to install the RSET. I just literally just went and gave it permission. How it told me pretty much.
Okay, so no, that's the permission part. But what about if John needs to do that from Windows 10?
Oh, right, right. I see what you mean. True. I guess I have to
Okay.
reconfigure.
Okay. Quick, 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 everyone. 6 minutes to go.
So, sir, you gave any task right now, or like just we have to keep the ready?
No, no, there is a task, Salim. The task
Yeah,
is, can you see the screen?
yeah, yeah. John,
Yes.
Adam, and help
Yes,
desk.
yes. So what you need to do, create a OU under Sydney called help
Okay,
desk. So you need to create a
okay.
OU. In the OU, you need to create a user called John Adams, and then you need to provide John Adam reset password privileges.
All right.
Okay. Okay, everyone, let me show you how this is done since we have 2 minutes left. And so the challenge task was to basically do okay, okay, excellent, Naveed. You found out how to install the RSAT tools. So the challenge task was to create a user. So the real life scenario will be exactly like this, where you will get a where is it? Yeah, you will get a request from the help desk department or from your manager. You know, we have a new hire called John Adams, and he's part of the help desk team. And John Adam is sitting in Sydney, but we need to provide this user with only reset password privileges. So this John Adam is a help desk admin, and he should be able to reset the password for all the users from his client machine, and you don't want to give him any access to the server. So in order to do that, first of all, we will go into the Sydney OU and create a OU called help desk OU, and in this OU we will create a user called John Adams, and then we will provide him a reset password access. Now the way we can provide him reset password access, it's something called delegation of control for OU. So you need to provide we on the OU level, on this OU level, we will provide them with reset password privileges. Once that is done, then we will log into the client machine, and then in the client machine, we will install the tools called RSAT, and from there, John will be able to reset password of other users. So now I'm on the server. So the very first thing what I need to do, I need to go into I need to go into. So before I can start, how many of you were able to complete this task? I think Naveed is able to complete the task. Ashish is able to complete the task. That's very good. So just share your pictures, the console pictures in WhatsApp.
Sorry, admin, but I have a question.
Yes.
RSAT has to be installed in the client computer or server?
On the client computer, because on the server, you already have those tools.
Oh, okay. Got it.
So Adnan bhai, I have a question too.
Yes.
So like RSAT basically it's only tool to like reset the passwords, or you can do anything like you can give any privileges.
You can do anything. You can. So RSAT is a combination of all of the tools.
Okay, so basically if the manager says or you can give permission like other permissions too. So like you just need to install the RSAT and you have
No,
to.
no. So RSAT tool is just a tool. Now permission is another thing. So when you install RSAT, the user will be able to see Active Directory users and computers, Active Directory sites and services, Active Directory, all the tools. But if he doesn't have access, he will be only able to see the tool. He won't be able to use the tool. But since we are providing him reset password, he will be able to do the reset password and nothing else. He cannot create users. He cannot do anything else with the tools.
So whatever like you will give him provision, he will be able to do it, right?
Whatever permissions we provide to the user, that he will be able to do.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. So the first task is to create a help desk OU. So I'm creating a help desk OU. And then inside this, I'm going to create a user called John Adams. So quickly, we'll go and create a user called John Adams, and username will be J Adams. Password is the same that we use, and I'm gonna just say user must change the password. Just uncheck this option so that we can log into the machine for the first time with the same password. Okay, so user is created. Now everyone just look at the screen. The way we can provide access, the reset password access is this. Probably this is the first time you'll be looking at this way of providing the access. This is called delegation of control. Now in the real environment as well, you will be able to, you will be asked to do many things for the first time. And technology is always changing. So be ready to do anything that is new in the environment. So in order to provide this access, all I need to do is right click on the help desk OU. Everyone, I need your eyes on the screen. So in order to provide just the reset password access to John, what we can do is we can go to help desk and then go to delegate control. So once we go to delegation of control, this says that, okay, you're about to give permission for this OU. And next, and here we need to select the users. What users do you want to give this access to? So we want to give reset password access to only John, or we can select everyone within this OU with this access. So for example, anyone who's part of this group will be able to reset the password, or we can only give this access to John. So I'm going to select John because this is the main idea. This is the main challenge, the goal for this assignment, this challenge lab. So I'm going to select John here and then click OK. And next is what type of access do you want to provide to this user? And right here, the second type, here you can provide different type of access to these to John. You can give him create, delete, manage user accounts. You can give him read all user information or reset user password and force password changes at next login. So we just need to provide this access. Otherwise, you can give him all these different type of accesses to this person if required. So in our case, we just need to provide him reset password access, and next, and done. So now John has access to John should be able to reset password of other users from Active Directory users and computers. So that was the first challenge that you need to do. One more time, the way you can do it, the way.
So I have a question.
Ye-
Like when
yes,
you
please go
open
ahead.
the like task
Mm-hmm.
delegate, like we have to check mark all of them or
Just the one where it says reset password.
reset password.
So if you're looking at the screen one more time, I'm doing it again. So you need to go to the next screen. Here you need
Yeah,
to select a user.
yeah, I did already. Yeah,
Okay, you already did. So I'm just gonna select this user
yeah.
and next. And here you need to select the second option, reset
For
user
second option.
password.
Oh, okay, sure.
Okay. So
Yeah, thank
once
you.
this is done, so first part is done. Now, how do you test this? So in order to test this, we need to log in to
Sorry
the
for
to the
cutting you.
client. Yes, please go ahead.
Yes, sir. Uh, when I clicked it, it gave me full like email address even too, right? Like John Adams at contours.local. But in your like case, it didn't show us anything.
Okay, let me go back here. So if I go to delegate or delegation of control,
Yeah.
I'm going here and going to add. So here,
Yes, sir. Like when you like put J or John, so it's giving us full like email address too, right? So
so here, if I say,
yeah,
here,
see,
here it gives you email address too.
yeah, it gives me full email address. Let me show you. I don't know.
No, no,
Just
it's fine. I mean, maybe you might have already provided an email address as well. Did you provided an email address? No.
uh, when I created it, yes.
So that is why you're getting the, I never provided the email address,
Oh, I see.
right? So that's why it's giving you email address as well.
Yeah, because it's giving you only servers names, but it's not giving us server name, but just
Yeah.
email.
So which means if I go to a user here, where do you provide the email address in this?
Uh, when I created it, right, in the users login,
Okay.
yeah, I just shared the pictures with you.
Okay, you shared with me the picture. Oh, here. Okay. No, here it should provide me that complete name as well. So if I go to a user and select,
Yeah, there you go. It's not showing here, sir.
no, no, it does.
Oh, okay.
Right? So once you select the user, then it will provide the complete name.
Okay.
Okay,
Okay.
so that's not an issue. So once you have created all this, everyone, so this is the first task. And the second task is now to install RSAT tools on the client machine. Okay, so how do you install the RSAT tool in the client machine? First of all, I need to log in with the admin account because remember that David Hanks that we created is not an admin user, so you won't be able to install anything on this. So first of all, I need to log in with administrator account. So here we have 360 Cloud Administrator. So once we log in, guys, the easiest way to do this, everyone, the easiest way to do this, I just said that always try to use the smart approach, and smart approach is this, which is, so let's say it's the first time that you're asked something to do that I mean, it's the first time you're being asked to manage Active Directory from Windows 10. So what I would do, I would just search here for something. Um, manage Active Directory from Windows 10. So if I go into this manage Active Directory from Windows 10, um, here we can go to it's there are many different so right here in this, here it's saying that if you want to manage Active Directory or ADUC from Windows 10, you need to go to start, you need to go to settings, then you need to go into the features and then install RSAT tools. So RSAT tools, so I'm just giving you an idea that that I mean some, not sometime, actually most of the time, since the technology is changing, when you're at work, when you're at the job, you will get some challenges there as well. Now most of the time when some request comes to you that you need to complete, your manager will give you a time as well, because everyone knows that, you know, this might take time to test and then apply the changes. So in that time you can just spend your time and researching different things here. So what I did, I just went into Google saying that manage Active Directory from Windows 10, and it gives me this steps here. So I'm going to go to this link and I'm going to follow exactly what this link is telling me. And in order to do RSAT tools, I would need to go into, so it's saying that you need to install RSAT tool. RSAT tools are basically used to provide all the Active Directory tools, to all the tools that manage Active Directory from Windows 10 machine. Remember that on Windows 10 there is no Active Directory. That is why you won't have those tools available. So in order to do this, I need to go to start and then settings. Then I need to click on the hyperlink right there, which is manage optional features, and click add features. And then I need to add a feature called RSAT. So this is what I'm going to do. So I'll put that on the side. And from here, first of all, I need to check that if I can find this add features. Okay, it's not finding this in this manner. Okay, I'm going to go back to start menu and go to apps. So I'll go down to settings. So it's right here. I mean, I'm just following this article here and I'm going to give it to you as well in the chat window.
Manbhai, I do not get it actually. So I physically downloaded the ones, but I don't know which one to actually install. So I did the second last one. If you could actually see the WhatsApp picture.
Okay. So what's a picture? Okay, and you're going into, yeah, these are all RSAT tools and you can install any one of them. And if you can see my screen here, it says that version 1809. So actually these are all RSAT tools. You can install any one of them.
Oh, right, right. Because right now I'm trying to actually add the feature and it's not pulling up. Is that the reason?
Okay, so which means that you're not able to see the tools
Yes.
and you install them?
Yes.
Okay, so it should be there. Okay, let me install that on my machine first and then
Yeah,
I'll check
I'll
that
see
out.
it. Yeah.
Because you know, Windows 7, it was straightforward. I mean I'm installing on Windows 10 for the first time. So that's why I'm going through the instructions. So right here it says go to optional features and select RSAT for Active Directory and install. And installing on Windows 8 and Windows 10, this is where we need to go download RSAT. So here it's saying go to this and download this. Now, in order to do that, I need to enable why do I need to download? It should be in the control panel programs and features. So I will go into start control panel programs. So from the start on Windows 10, go into control panel. Oh, we have a policy on this machine. Okay, that's bad. Uh, so we tried all, this is
We
our,
have the task manager blocking policy on these, right? I think so. Is that the reason why it's
no,
blocking?
yes, it might be. So that we had policies on this. So in my machine, remember that I implemented a policy for user not to use the control panel. So in my machine, it's not letting me do anything on the control panel, even if the administrator is logged in. I'm logged in as a domain admin, but I'm still not able to. So in order to do that, I need to disable the group policy for this machine, or we can install a new client machine. But in here, I can go to group policy management and go to so in here I can go down to the policies. Yeah, this one. So here I have disable control panel policy, and what I'll do is I will just disable this policy. So I can go here and disable. So the policy should be disabled now. I can go to details and status is all settings are disabled. So since this is disabled, this policy is disabled, and wherever it is applied, and it is applied on the domain level. So I disabled the policy. Now the policy shouldn't run, but in order to basically run the policy, I need to run GP update. So remember, everyone, in the last lecture, we learned how to apply the policy. This is now I am disabling one of the policies. Now, if this policy is disabled, then I should be able to open control panel on this. So, okay, so now control panel is open because the policy is disabled. And now what I need to do is I need to add a feature called RSET. So maybe I can go to programs and features. And within programs and features, I can enable turn on and off features. If I click on this here, and I can go to select RSAT. So it's just loading up now. If I go down,
Anami, what if I don't have RSAT here in the features on Windows 10?
yes, and I don't see that as well. So that means we need to download that from internet. So in order to download that, we can download this from the same link that I shared.
Adambai, it still says I do not have appropriate permission.
So your machine doesn't have appropriate permission. Have you logged in with domain admin?
Yeah, I have
Uh,
actually.
and you made sure that you're logged in with domain admin.
Yeah, so I'm just in the site. I'm just making a new machine, maybe just to check it out. But
Okay.
let's see what works for
Yeah,
you,
yeah,
right?
yeah.
And
So,
yeah.
so the other way around is everyone, you can create a new machine as well. So,
Adnan bhai,
yes, please go ahead.
sorry Adnan bhai. I have installed this RSAT tools already on my machine, Windows 10 machine, and it is basically installed already. Then if the like this is a kind of feature, and we cannot see in the programs where we have in the start menu of
Right.
Word, Excel, or Access. It's a feature. So if it is installed, or I mean, if the feature is already installed, then why it is not being showed in the add or remove programs?
So, and how do you know if it is installed?
Yeah, because I downloaded this on my Drive C, on the Windows 10 machine, and after that I installed it.
Okay.
And when I try to reinstall it, it is giving me one error message, like it that the see update for Windows,
It
Windows
needs
Update
the update too.
standalone
Right, 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 right.
is already installed on this computer.
Okay, so this is, you're saying that the RSAT update that you're trying to install is just saying that it is already on this computer.
Right, correct.
Okay, okay, let
But
me try
when I'm
that.
going to,
Yeah.
sorry, but when I'm going to see that feature through control panel to turn the features on or off, I cannot see the feature in that window like you. Like you are not able to see that, and me too. I'm not able to see here.
Right, right. So the one thing that I can think of, maybe we need to close that and open that again.
Close that, like restart the machine, or
No, 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 no. Close the control panel features and open that
oh,
again. So let me try that. So what I did, everyone, I just downloaded. So from the link that I shared with everyone, so from the link here, it says download remote server administration tool. And one more time, guys, why are we doing all this? Guys, we are doing all this because we had a task. The task was to start with create a user called John Adams in the help desk department. So we created a OU called help desk, and then we created a user, and then we delegated control for this user for reset password. So that was delegation of control. And now we are trying to install RSAT on a Windows machine. Now, why we are installing RSAT? Because we want John to reset the password of everyone. Now, if John is able to log into the server, then we don't need RSAT, because on the server, we have all those tools. We have Active Directory users and computers, sites and services, everything. But now we don't want John to have access to the server because he's a help desk guy. Help desk guy shouldn't have access to the servers. Why this person shouldn't have access to the server, guys? Because John is not a domain admin. Number one. Number two, on the server, there are a lot of sensitive things that you don't want people to accidentally play with them. So for that reason, server access is not given to everyone. Server access is only given to admins. So, but the other, so what's the other way that John can reset the password of all of the people, all of the employees whenever he gets the ticket? So in order to do that, John, we will install RSAT tools on Windows 10 machines. So in order to do that, what we did, we just searched in Google saying that how to manage Active Directory for Windows 10, and we got this link. So here it says, first of all, download RSAT tools. So I went into the link and just quickly go through the instruction. First of all, I need to download the tool. Secondly, on Windows 10, and secondly, then go to the start and control panel and go to programs and feature. You will see role administration tools. And then there you should be able to see all these tools available. So here you have some troubleshooting tips as well, because sometimes when you install, it might not be 100% installed. The tools, so be ready for anything in such type of scenario. So the very first thing what I did is I clicked on this link and it took me to this link. So I'm installing remote server administration tools. Here it gives me different versions of RSAT tools. So if I go down here, if I click on download, here it gives me different versions of RSAT tool. You can download any one of them. This is just different version of Windows 10. So in my case, I just downloaded this version, which is 64-bit edition and next. And once you downloaded it, then I copied, because I downloaded it on my host machine. Then I copied that on the C drive of the client machine. Now I am about to install the tool. So I'll just right click on this and I'm installing the RSAT tools on Windows 10 and let's see what happens. So it's saying that it's downloading and let me see if it is updated or not. But I think for this, it might need internet. So internet, I need to check also on this machine if there is internet on this machine. So I'll just open Internet Explorer and see that if this machine is able to access internet.
Yeah, no, I don't have internet on my client machine.
Okay, that's fine. We all know how to enable internet. You can just add a
Yes,
second
right.
card.
Yeah.
Okay, so before internet, it's just saying that I can install the tool. It's installing. So in order to provide internet on a client machine, we just add another card and connect to bridge network.
Yeah, so bridged, correct.
Guys, it seems like it's a difficult lab, but it's I mean, it's a simple lab that we should all be able to go through. So the thing here is patience. Number one, patience and never give up. So you must do it. Maybe if I'm doing that in half an hour, you might be able to do first time in 1 hour or maybe in 2 hours. But this will give you a lot of experience working with such type of challenge labs. So I am going to give internet card. I'm going to add internet cards to this. So, and this card, I will provide bridged connection. In order to give internet, I added another internet card and I need to give bridged connection. So bridged connection basically will give internet to this virtual machine. So now let me check again that if this machine has internet.
Adam, boy, sorry about that. Could you please explain bridge again? What they gonna do? What's happened?
So bridge is in virtual machines. There are two types of networks here. So if you're looking at the screen and if I right click on this VM and go to settings, there are two types of networks. There is one called NAT network and the other called is bridged network. So NAT is mostly used for internal networks and bridge is used to get internet access on this virtual machine. So for that reason, I selected bridged network for the new network card. So so what is the meaning of bridge? Bridged network is, it means that this VM will directly connect to my host internet and then use internet. So, Human, if you're looking at the screen, I have two network cards on this virtual machine. One network card is set to NAT right here, and the second network card is set to bridge. So bridge is just simply means that it is connected directly to my physical network. So that's what it is. And if I try
Sir,
to
what will be the next step after we download it?
so once you have downloaded, Alamgir, open the link that I shared and see what is the next step, please.
Uh,
Okay, so right here, other than elections in US, internet is working fine. So
So where you posted the link, sir? I didn't see any link here. I already downloaded it. That's why I'm asking.
okay, I mean, Alamgir, your questions are so innocent. It's like when the help desk guy calls someone and saying, press any key, and that guy says, where is any key?
Which
No, no, no. Actually, I didn't. Actually, I was late, so I didn't write it down. That's why.
No, come on, link is in the chat, in our Zoom chat.
Oh, okay.
Adamai, I don't even have any kind of policy to disable control panels, and I am logged in with the administrator.
Right.
Internet is working, and the RSAT is installed already on this machine, but still in the Windows features, I am not able to see RSAT tools.
Okay. Okay. So which means that we need to troubleshoot this. Okay.
Yeah.
So troubleshooting meaning if I go back to this link here, if you go down, sometimes you do need to troubleshoot. So here it's saying, here it is saying that delegation of control. Right here, troubleshooting RSAT installation. There are two most common installation issues to check. If something goes sideways, you can't get RSAT installed. First, check that you have enabled Windows Firewall. RSAT uses Windows Update so this is not the case because we have disabled firewalls. And sometimes after installation, you might be missing tabs such as uninstall and reinstall. You might have to do that the older version. You can right click on ADUC in the start menu and verify the shortcut is pointing to this DSA. So now that, in your case, Naveed, since you have already installed that, you just need to make sure that if Active Directory users and computers are present, because if it is installed, it should be, and you're not able to find that in programs and features, it might already been, it might be installed already.
Sir,
Okay,
I have a question.
start.
Installation initializing. It takes this long to install the RSAT tools.
Sir,
Man, they made it so complicated. Yes.
this client machine, I've added one more adapter. My net is working, but both the adapter is on bridge. So it's okay, sir.
No, 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 no. One should be on NAT where it needs to log into. So, I mean, you just changed one to bridged, or you changed both to bridged?
Sir, I tried to change one, but my both is showing automatic bridge. So the first one I will replace to NAT, right?
No, no, no. Hold on, hold on. So
Yes.
now that depends on what is your server network card is set to. So if you go to the server, first check in the setting that if it is NAT or bridged.
Server, sir. Yeah,
Server
I
is
mean, sir.
NAT or bridged. Yes.
Okay, just a moment, sir. So NAT.
It's NAT. So
Yeah.
your first card should be NAT. So the first network card is there to communicate with the server, and the second
Okay.
network card will be bridged that will be used for the internet. Now, if you
Okay.
change the first card to bridged, then you won't be able to log in and you won't be able to manage Active Directory. So first card
Okay.
will be NAT and the second card will be bridged.
Okay. So when I click the option NAT, sir, so should I update the this IP address as well?
You can check that out. Once you change it to NAT, just go to TCP/IP settings and see on the first card if the IP address is not disabled.
Okay. Okay, sir. Right.
Okay, so while this feature is being installed, I will now go to command prompt and see that if it is now available. Wow. Okay, so I'm gonna go down here.
Sir,
Yes, please go ahead.
yeah. So first one automatically, sir, it's on NAT like with the IP, and the second one will be on, sir. This the IP. I mean, it will automatic like dynamic IP, or so it would be on dynamic IP, right, sir?
The second one will be dynamic
Yeah.
IP, but the first one should have IP address.
Yes, sir. First
Okay,
one is
that's fine.
yeah,
That's fine.
yeah.
You know, this RSAT installation used to be very, very simple. I don't know why they made it so complicated. And so since it is now installed, what I can do is, I mean, I'm not able to see the feature even after installing. So what I will do, I'll just restart this machine once and then try again. Then see that if the feature is available. So it is installed, but I cannot see the feature. I need to see RSAT feature available, and then I will be able to. So the client machine is restarting now. So from the server side, we are all good. From the server side, what we did, we created a OU, and then we created a user, and then we went into delegation of control wizard, and then provided reset password access for this OU, and that's it. And from the client machine, I just need to install RSAT tool. So the client machine is restarted.
Sir, in client, I can see in the download, that it's downloaded.
Okay. Okay. Now you can right click and install.
Yeah, it's already installed too.
It's already installed. Now you
Yeah.
can go to control panel and go to programs and features and see that if you are able to add the RSET feature.
Sure, thank you.
You're welcome. So while my machine is logging in, I found another article saying that that here from the Microsoft. Now this article is from Microsoft, and it's saying to it's taking us to the same RSAT tool installation download. So once it is downloaded, it's actually basically the same thing. So now I am logged in. I will try to go and see if the features are there.
Nambari, I sent one error message on the WhatsApp group.
Okay.
Can you please kindly
Yes.
check?
Yes, I'm looking at it right now. Okay, it's saying Windows cannot access specified device appropriate permissions to access the item. And when are you getting this error message?
When I'm trying to go into features to manage optional features to add that offset, I'm not able to go into it.
Okay, you're not able to open the features.
No.
And this is a new machine, or are there any group policies on this?
No. There is no kind of group policy applied on it. Like group policies are there, but for the task manager or the taskbar or to disable the domain name, but nothing. But no kind of policies applied to like like for the control panel not to access. Nothing
Okay,
like
so
that.
this is, I mean, this is a strange error message. I've not seen that before. But you were able to open that before. You were telling me that you opened it and RSET
Yes,
tools were not there.
exactly. I was there with you. You
Okay.
were not able to see that RSAT in your machine. I was working with you and I was not able to see on my machine too. But when you restarted, I restarted, and now I am not able to go into that features.
So probably it is not installed. Maybe restart it one more time. Probably
Okay,
that can fix.
sure.
Or reinstall the RSAT tools.
Burhan Bhai, if you don't mind, can you check my machine, like a TeamViewer?
Yes,
Yeah.
just a second. Yes, I will.
I tried to log in like administrator from the machine. Is
It's
I don't
not,
know what.
it's not letting you install it. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, just a second. I'm checking on my side. One reason that RSAT tools are not being installed on this, it may be because of this Windows version as well, because we are using the most latest version of Windows, and that's why maybe probably RSAT tools are now we're not able to properly install the tools. And guys, this is the very reason why companies don't go for the first version of anything. All the companies wait for 1 year before that version is matured fully, and then companies move on to that version. So it's because of issues like that, where so installing RSAT is a very very simple task, and I did it 100 times before. It's just you just install it and the tools are available. But it became that complex that we're not able to install RSAT tools on this. Okay, so Salim, can you share your screen?
Yeah, sir, I'm in a different computer, so you can take my ID like
Okay, the
TeamViewer.
team viewer.
Yeah, is the ID number is 397.
Okay, just a second. Let me open that. Yes, what is the ID number?
397 466 760. And password numbers
Just, yes, password.
655 WAT. W for William, A for Apple, T for Toronto.
Okay, W80.
So Adnan, can I say something?
Yes, please go ahead.
Okay, Adnan, you remember like a few weeks back you were not able to go into settings of Ethernet, and Bhatify gave you another workaround, so you access the Ethernet properties and you went into it. So in the same way, I am in Windows features now. I am in that Windows features.
Oh, you went directly from Windows. Okay, you went through the proper
Yes,
channel.
yes,
Okay.
exactly.
Okay.
And but still, I'm not able to see RSET tools here.
Yeah, me too. Me too. I'm not able to see RSAT tools as well. So we'll try that again. But I think this is. I mean, we have other things to cover, so we'll check that out later on. It's
Adnan
just
bhai,
it's just a matter of I don't know what's the problem with RSAT tool. Yes, Ashish, go
so
ahead.
I started a whole brand new machine and it's still literally giving me the same error.
So it
It
might
says
be
Windows
it.
cannot specify the drive path. You may not have appropriate permission.
Right. So maybe it's because of the Windows version we are using. It's the latest version, and the latest version sometimes have issues.
I will do it on Windows 7 after this class. I will try that.
Okay, sure. Or you can install Windows 7 right now, and I can install Windows 7. This is a good idea, just to have that confidence of completing the task. Just install Windows 7 as well. Okay, Salim, I'm on your screen. What is the problem with this?
Yeah, I tried to like log in from client machine, like from the
You're not able to log in.
administrator.
Okay,
Yeah, I
so we'll
tried,
go
but
to your client machine, and so client machine is Okay, so the client machine, first
Yeah.
of all, this client machine seems to be not on the it's a new client machine.
Yeah. It's yeah.
So when it is a new client machine, did you provide the IP address
Yeah.
and
I did. Yeah. Yeah.
everything?
Yeah. Everything.
Okay, so let me check that out here. And it is joined to Active Directory as well.
Yeah.
Okay, so we'll go to first of all adapter settings and see this is the Ethernet card. We'll go to details. Let's see what is the IP address. The IP address is 10.4 is your IP address, and your gateway and the DNS address is this. And if we go to the server, it is 10.1. This is 10.4. This is fine. And secondly, well, I want to go and check that if it is part of Active Directory. So I'm going to go to this PC properties, and here it shows that it is part of a work group. It's not part of a domain.
Okay.
Okay, so for that we need to make it part of a domain. In order to do that, we need to click on change and change to this here, and then type canaps. So is it double P or single P?
Double P.
It's a double P. So it will be this. So remember, Salim, when you're on a work group, you cannot log into our domain. So always just make
Oh,
sure,
I
I
see.
mean, this is, I mean, I'm sure that you'll be able to recognize this next time, that it must
Yeah.
be a
Inside.
domain. So here it's just saying that this is not available. Now in order to do that, I need to see that this is scanups.pri, all the firewalls are off. And also on the client machine, we need to make sure the firewall is off. So let's go back to,
Actually, I made three servers. So one server I closed. Third one is already closed.
okay. Okay, it's fine. I mean, we need just one server to log in. So
Oh.
here, if we look at the firewall and open application, you have, so there is a domain firewall on,
Oh, I see.
so we can switch it off. So this one is off now, and
I
everything at,
checked before, like,
yes, sometime it is switched on. So that's why we just keep on
oh,
checking back again. Whenever
oh,
we get an error message, we should go back and check. And at the same time, I also need to make sure that networking is working fine. So networking
oh.
meaning I need to make sure that it's pinging your server number one, and it already gave an error message. What is the IP address? 192.178.
172, I think. Yeah. 10.
Okay, we can check that out again. And it is 178.10.1.
170. Yeah.
So here it is 178.10.1 is
No,
not X.
no. First one is 198.
Okay, and how did you come up with this IP address? I've never seen this type of IP address before.
I mean,
198. Wow. Okay.
198, 172,
Okay. Okay.
10.1.
Let me try that again. And
I tried
198.
before was pinging.
Okay, it is pinging, and
Yeah.
and so here the DNS name is 198.178, so that's fine. In this, firewall is off, network card is fine. So what else do I need to do? I need to,
I think it should be okay now.
what about the other clients? So these are two servers. Ensure that the
Yeah,
destination
confirm, yeah.
domain name exists. Oh, the name is incorrect actually. So it should be CAN.
CANIPPS.
Okay.
Uh, Password 1. Yeah, it's
Okay,
good.
good. Okay, so now you should be able to log in. I'll just disconnect from here. Okay.
Oh, okay.
Okay. So always,
Thank you.
Salim and everyone, just keep checking and check your basics again and again. Because sometimes, just because of
Sure.
basics, it doesn't.
Thank you, sir.
You're welcome. Okay, guys. So everyone, half of the task is complete. Half of the task, I think, the RSAT tools. Basically, once the RSAT tool is installed, all it will give is that on the server, just like the server, you see Active Directory users and computer. You should be able to see that on the Windows 10 machine. That's what RSAT tool does. It doesn't do anything fancy, but other than that this tool will be present on Windows 10. And since we wanted John to reset the password, that's why we wanted to install the tool. And the reason why we are not able to install the tool is because, I think, because of this Windows version that we are using.
I have a question, Dan bhai.
Yes, please go ahead.
So, like we are doing this hard work for John, so he can access to Active Directory domain from a client machine. So, in this situation, are we not going to give John the administrative rights?
Yes. So it's a very good question, that why can't we just give him administrative rights so that he can log into the server and reset the password? David, the reason behind this is that in a large company, help desk department is huge. Thousands of help desk people, or maybe if not thousand, hundreds of help desk people,
Mhm.
where you have maybe 150 help desk people working in Rogers, 300 help desk people working in Bell Canada, and so things like that. So we cannot give server admin rights to all the help desk people. For that, we need to just give them the privilege what they need to have.
I see. Okay, got it.
Okay. Okay, guys. So we will try RSAT tools later on. Just install Windows 7 and try that as well. And I will try on my side as well, and I'll share what that is. But this is the challenge lab, and this is kind of the things that you will see on the real environment. In the real environment. Now, the objective behind this is, yes, Ashish, go ahead.
Adnan bhai, what version of the RSAT should be installed on the 7 one? The
Uh,
17?
I think any version should work, but it should be for Windows 7. I mean, I would just Google that RSAT tools for Windows 7.
Okay. Okay.
Okay.
Thank you.
So
But sir, excuse me, sir. I have a question. This is Wasim.
yes.
In RSET, there are 5 or 6 or 8, 10 options like RSET
Right.
Active Directory Domain Services and Lightweight Directory Service Tools. This is what I think we should download, right? Or add.
This will add them all. Yes. Oh, okay, okay.
Okay.
Hold on. The version that I downloaded it might not have. No, it has ADUC as well. Yes, we need to download all of them.
All of them. Okay. But
Yes.
sir, somebody, I'm not sure because I caught you guys a bit in between. Uh, if somebody went into the program and feature, there is an option to activate the Active Directory. Did everybody do this or not?
On Windows 10?
Yes.
On Windows 10, activate. We haven't tried that.
Okay.
Are you on
If
that
you
option?
try, yeah, there is an option. Go to program and features.
Okay,
Okay.
so I'm going there now. Programs and features. Okay, I'm there.
Okay, there is an option, Windows feature on and off option, right?
Yes.
Turn on Windows feature. Okay, it will
Right.
pop up the window. And there is an option for the Active Directory lightweight directory services. You have
Oh,
to check
yes,
mark
yes,
on
yes.
this one.
Right, right. No, no, no. Active Directory lightweight directory services is something else. It.
Okay, there is further down. If you go, there are more options,
Okay, okay.
and
And
you have
ADUC
to
is there?
expand. Because I just turn on my Active Directory services folder from this Windows feature turn on and off option. Now I can see my RSet, all the features there.
Okay, okay, okay. So I'm there on turn on features on and off. And here,
Yeah.
if I go to Active Directory lightweight, so
Yeah.
you're saying just lightweight directory services.
Yes,
And
that's
then
it.
click
There are
OK.
more options. Just first do this one and then see what happened. Okay.
Okay, okay, okay. Good.
Now go back to the settings and then add feature. You will see. Hopefully, you should see. There
Okay.
shouldn't be any more problem.
Okay, okay, very good. So you tried it and now you are able to see the RSet.
Yeah, I can see RSet.
Okay.
RSet DNS, RSet DHCP, RSet failover clustering.
Excellent, excellent, excellent. So it is installed now, and let's see that if I can, I will go back to turn features on and off. And in here,
Go back to the settings and then add feature option. It should pop up.
So I am on turn off features on and off, and so install programs, view updates. Go back to the settings where?
Right click on the start menu.
Okay, right click on start menu.
Go to settings.
Okay.
What comes up?
So in the settings, there is apps, uninstall, features.
Okay, go to app, go to app, go to app.
Right. So here I see apps and features, and I see manage optional features. So I think need to go to programs and features or manage
No,
optional
you
features.
have to go. There is an option for apps, uninstall default optional features. You have to click this one first.
Okay, manage optional features.
And then if you see on your right pane, under the apps and features, it says manage optional features, right? Click this one.
Right, right.
What you can see right now? Nothing, right?
Nothing on this window.
Nothing. Okay, that's fine. Go to add features.
I am in add features.
You
are you able to see my screen? No, you're not able to see my screen.
No, I can't.
Yes, but I can see your screen, Ratan bhai.
Okay, you can
Okay,
see.
let me see. Okay. Sir, see, you are at the right screen. You selected Active Directory lightweight, okay?
Right.
Can you go further down? Go further down.
I'm going further down.
What else you have in R? Let me see. SPQLMNO. Remote. Okay, that's fine. Press OK.
Press OK.
Okay, just leave it here. And go to the start menu. Right click. Settings.
Settings.
Apps, yes, apps. And then go to manage optional features. Yeah.
Windows cannot access specified device. There is some problem with this version.
I am having the same error message like you.
So how did you go
sir, hold
to
on,
this?
hold on. Sir, hold on.
Yes.
See optional add features. I want to see what comes up. Okay, press OK. Just forget this error. See what happened. No features. So okay. So you are not getting features. I think it's pretty straightforward. It should pop up everything.
It should. I know. It is. It should be straightforward. And
So
Naveed,
I'm getting some features, but not like they're not the same one. So I followed through as you were actually saying, like how to actually add the features, the lightweight and all that stuff. So some features did pop up, which were the regular features, which were like handwriting, optical, text to speech, and stuff like that. But even though I installed it physically, the feature still didn't pop up over here.
Okay, sir.
Right.
What I did exactly, I created new client machine.
New
Okay, just
client
put the
machine.
IP address. Yes, and connected with the domain, and then I add that feature. That's it.
Okay, okay. So it's a problem with this operating system. It's not, I mean, your steps are right and the steps are exactly the same what is in the instructions. But this operating system may be probably brand new. That's why it's just giving out these simple errors. And the other thing is that these machines are not updated. So we need to update them as well with the latest everything. So then probably it might work fine.
Yes.
Okay. Okay, excellent. So, so everyone, let's jump back to our. So this is a kind of a challenge task, and the objective
I
behind this.
installed the 7 machine right now. I'm trying to do it on that pretty much. So it was the 17.9, right? Because those are the only ones available over there for the RAS.
Did you went into Google and search for RSAT tools for Windows 7? So that specific version will work for Windows 7.
Okay, I'm at it right now, but okay.
Okay, so so guys, this is kind of a task that you might see in the real environment where you have to try all your best to try again and again and see that how this can be done, and there is always first time for everything. So this is the first time you're doing this, and Naveed is asking that if someone can share a serial key for Windows 7. Okay. So guys, so today we are planning to learn some advanced concepts, and I was planning here that we should be able to complete this chapter today. So today what we are learning is advanced concepts in networking. Now that we know most of the standard features of Windows, we worked with servers, we worked with clients, and we have installed Active Directory. We have worked with failover cluster and NLB, network load balancing. We also work with DNS and Active Directory. We also work with group policy. So most of the important stuff that is required in the real environment is all covered. Now, what we need to do, how do we connect to a machine? How do we connect to our network from home? How do we connect to our network from home and using VPN? Okay, everyone, I need your full attention on this. So I'm still going to copy this challenge lab in the WhatsApp group so that you can try and do that on your own later on if you're able to install. I mean, installing RSAT, guys, it's really a very, very simple task. And I am not sure why is it so complex to install RSAT tool on this version, but most probably the version of Windows 10 is the latest version and it needs updates. So most probably because of those missing updates, it's just not letting us install RSAT tool. Otherwise, the task was a very, very simple task. So I copied the task in the WhatsApp. So everyone, the first thing that we are trying to understand today is the VPN connection. Now, before even going there in the VPN connection, the very first thing that we need to understand that now that we are a system admin, so now we are working as a system admin in this organization, and everything is installed and everything is configured. Now, what is considered as everything in a network? In a network, let's say you're working for any organization, you're working for Rogers, Bell, or a hospital or airport. Everywhere you go, they have a data center. So there will be a data center. So let's make a quick data center. Guys, what are we trying to understand? We are trying to work with VPN connection. We are trying to understand VPN connection today and some other networking concepts. Now, in order to understand VPN, we need to understand the basics of networking. Okay. So first of all,
Adnan bhai, sorry interrupt you. You just few weeks ago you told us about the some of the program we can design the network.
some of the programs we
Or
can
design the network and switch
design
it.
a network. Design a network.
If you remember
Oh,
previous project.
the network diagram, you mean?
Yeah.
The network diagram, yes. So there is a program to make a network diagram, and that is known as draw.
Draw.io.
Yes.
May you please just write it down with DRO?
DRAW, draw.io. This is basically, you can just here create a diagram, and then you can create any diagram. So we have networking, we have cloud. There are so many diagrams, so you can try that out. Yes.
And it's free, yeah?
It is free. Yes.
Thank you so much.
You're most welcome. Okay, so everyone, first of all, what are we trying to understand? We are trying to understand VPN, implementing VPN in the networking. But why are we at this stage? What are we understanding at this stage? At this stage, guys, becoming a system admin, let's first understand the context of what we are learning today. And what we are learning is called VPN. And VPN stands for Virtual Private Network. Virtual Private Network. Virtual private network. Now, virtual private network is basically a network, and it's a private network. So it's a private network between your organization and and your employees. So the main purpose of a virtual private network is this, that if a client, if your employee is a company employee, or you're sitting at home and you need to connect to your network in your office, then we need some sort of network that is private to only between you and the organization. And here is all your servers where you need to connect to. So there are domain controllers, there are DNS servers, there are application servers. So this is your complete data center. So this is your complete data center, and now these are all of the servers that you should be able to work on. And all of these servers are, and most of the time, when you go into these environment, most of the servers might be 2016, or there might be some servers to 2012, and some servers might be 2008 as well. Now, this complete environment, everyone, I need your attention on the board. I need your attention on the whiteboard, because this is a very, very important concept. And for this concept, sometimes they ask interview questions. So we need to understand this concept. So we don't need to understand how VPN is installed, because this is not our job. Installing VPN, managing VPN is networking team. So your network administrator will be able to work on VPN. They will install it. But what we need to understand, we need to understand the concept, because with VPN we can connect from home. So first of all, let's understand here that what is our network. So this is our very important network. So this network, it needs to be protected. So first of all, how do you protect that? We protect that by having a secure data center. We by having a secure data center for this network. So most probably, most of the time when you have these servers are basically hosted in a data center. So this is our data center, and data centers are protected with physical security as well as all different types of securities as well. So this is our data center. So I'm going to just call this data center. So this is a data center where your all servers are residing. So this is a data center where all your servers are residing, and this data center is first of all protected with physical security. Guys, as they say about security, no security without a physical security. So physical security is very important for any organization for their IT infrastructure. So first of all, it is protected by physical security. And what is a physical security? Physical security, there is a boundary. It is in the boundary, and within the boundary, no one can get inside if they are not scanned properly. So once you're here physically in front of the building, you cannot enter. And most of the time, you must have a scan card. Number one, you must have a scan card, number one, and number two, plus also they also require your thumb impression. Sometimes thumb impression, or sometimes they also need your retina scan. Retina scan is your eye scan. Is your eye scan. So the very first time when they register you in these types of data center, your manager would ask you, you need to go and visit this data center once, because we have servers in this data center. And most of the time, these large organizations have their own data center. So companies like Bell Canada, large telecom organizations, large hospitals, they have their own data center. And medium-sized organizations, they share data centers with others. So there are, data centers owned by IBM. There are data centers owned by Rogers. So in that data center, not only there are Rogers servers, but there are other company servers are hosted inside those data centers as well. So within that, the very first thing when your manager will ask you, your manager would say, you need to drive to London, which is another city outside the main city. You need to drive to London or anywhere else where the data center is, and you need to register yourself. So when you go there, you have to register yourself. You will have a scan card from your company. So first of all, they register your scan card, and also they will register your either thumb impression or fingerprints, or your retina scan, your eye scan with this. So once you are registered, then you will be able to go into the data center, and you will be given permission only to your servers and not to the complete data center. So first of all, with this, what we need to understand, there is a physical security around the data center that nobody can get in, number one. Number two is now that all these servers are connected to internet, so there has to be that logical security as well. So this is internet. So we have internet, and in order to connect to the internet, these servers are protected with two firewalls. So one firewall is right beside the data center. So one firewall will be like something like this. One firewall. So this is called the first firewall, and then there is a second firewall right here just before the internet. So all of your organizations are protected inside two firewalls. So one firewall and a second firewall. And what is a firewall? Firewall is basically just a software that would allow only a certain amount of traffic inside your organization. Now, do we know firewall, everyone? Yes, we do know firewall. We disable firewall on Windows. And what firewall does, firewall only filters traffic, that who can get into your organization and who can get out of your organization. So most of the time, all the large companies and even medium-sized companies, they are protected with two firewalls, firewall number one and firewall number two. So it can be firewall number one, firewall number two. Now, the very first firewall that is just close to the internet, that is known as basic firewall. So this is a basic security firewall, whereas the next firewall is a detailed firewall. So if any traffic that is that can enter into this, so if a traffic coming from internet here inside the firewall, if it can enter from here, once it touches the second firewall, it will be again checked with more in-depth view of the packet. Now, on the internet and from your data center, all of the information travels in the form of IP packets. So we know that there are IP packets that travels. The information is traveling between the servers and the internet in the form of IP packets. So I'm going to just say IP IP packets. Now, IP packets are something like this. So this is an information that is traveling. So this is each IP packet. And basically, this is the main information that needs to get into your organization. So this is the main information. Let's say you're sending a file, and this is that file that needs to enter your organization. But within the IP packet, it has all these different fields inside. So it has a field called IP address, the source IP address where the information is coming from, and it has the destination IP address where the information needs to go. So source IP address, destination IP address, and then it also has something called source port and destination port. Destination port. So it has these four things that it needs to go, that it needs to have in order to travel that packet on the internet. Now, how do you see this packet? This packet is something like this. So if I go onto this second board, so when one machine tries to connect to another machine, so this is one computer, guys. I need your attention. Please give me your attention for next half an hour, and this will be understandable. So when two machine needs to connect to each other, so this is machine number one, and here we have machine number two. Now, how are they connected? We all know they are connected through switches. So these all machines are connected through switches, and why are they connecting? And there are servers too that are connected. So here, from here, these all machines are connected. So this machine is connected to this switch, and this machine is connected to this switch, and this server is connected to this switch. Now, what are we trying to understand? We are trying to understand network communication. Network communication. So network communication happens through IP addresses. We know that all of the computers needs IP addresses in order to communicate with each other. So first of all, you will provide them IP address, otherwise they won't work. So without IP address, nothing will work. And IP address, so once you provide IP address, so all of the information travels between these computers in the shape of IP packets. So information, so I'm going to say info travels as IP packets. So what is IP packets? IP packet is exactly what our language is. So I'm talking to you as a language, as an English language, and I'm talking to you in the shape of words, right? So how do we communicate with each other? We communicate in the form of sentences. and in the form of words. So words are collection of sentences. So we make words, then we make sentences, then we communicate with each other. And then when you ask a question, you also use exactly the same medium. And this is exactly the same case. Words and sentences are in the shape of IP packets. Now, so guys, why is this information important? This information is very, very important about networking and troubleshooting networking, and also working with the networking team. When you're working with a networking team, they would speak IP packet language. They would speak they would use words like these. So for that reason, we need to understand that. So we so far what we understand, that there is no communication without IP address. So first of all, we when you install Windows, you would need to go and you will need to configure IP address. So first, so the IP address of this machine is let's say 10.50, and this machine is 192.168.10.40. So this is the IP address. So now guys, the second thing is that what initiates an IP packet? What initiates an IP packet, guys? IP packets can be anything. Let's say this user is logging in. As soon as the user logs in for the very first time, then what happens is you need to send your username and password to who? Where are you sending the username and password for authentication? Can you write that in the chat window? Where are you sending when the user logs in? Where is this information goes to?
To the server, obviously, right?
To the server, and to which service? Active Directory. Very good. And Human is said Kerberos. Yes, Kerberos is that protocol that works with Active Directory. Excellent. So guys, so now what we are trying to understand, we are trying to understand what is in the IP packet. So IP packet holds everything, whatever the communication happening between a client and a server. So the very first communication that happens on the client server is the login. So as soon as the user enters after typing in the username and password, what happens is this is put into an IP packet. So there will be hundreds of IP packets traveling on this from here to the server. So this IP packet needs to go to the server in the shape of. Now it is not one big huge IP packets. These packets they have a specified size. The IP packet size, whatever the size is configured on the network. So this is networking, and they need to select the size. But the packet size comes in two different versions: a jumbo packet, a normal packet. So we don't need to know more details about this, but because this is a part of networking, and this all happens on the switch. So, but for us, we do need to understand that this information travels in the form of IP packets, and these small packets are known as IP packet. Now, what we need to know about IP packet is that IP packet, what is in the IP packet? So in the IP packet, we have, first of all, in the IP packet, this is the information that needs to go to. For example, here the user is entered username and password. So so this packet will be username probably. So this is the username, but as part of the packet, it has all this information. First of all, it has source IP address, source IP, and then it has source port, and then it has a destination IP address. Destination IP address, and then it has destination port. So this is the four information. So here it has the source IP address, and here it has source port, and here it has destination IP address, and here it has destination port. And this is exactly like when we travel in our real life, you need to have your own address and your destination address. So if you're going to some place for the first time, you will get their address. You will ask them, okay, what's your address? And I need to use Google Maps, and then you will use that address, and then you will follow that address. This is exactly what happens in that as well. So in the first two, we already understand the source port and source IP address. So source port and source IP address will be this. the IP address of the source machine. What is the port? Port is basically it is type of the information that is traveling from this computer to this computer. So port is basically a number that is given to all of different softwares. So for example, whenever we connect to whenever you connect to the login information travels from this computer to the server, it uses port 389. 389 is the port number. So why is there a port number? Port number basically makes it easier for computers to understand that where this information needs to go. Now, what do I mean by, guys? I need your attention. I need your attention. And this will be very clear. I know that it is getting a bit complex, but it's not that complex. But if you carefully understand what I'm saying here. So one more time, that what are we trying to understand? Guys, we are trying to understand today VPN access. VPN stands for virtual private network. In order to understand VPN, we need to understand some basics of the network. Now, so we already know basics of the network. That what is the definition of a network? Definition of a network is when two or more computers connected in a network. So today what we are understanding, that what is IP, what is the communication happens between the server and a client. So server and a client, first you have your basic network set up, and once you have a basic network set up, then we need to understand that what is IP packets. IP packet, all the information from the client to client or client to server or server to server travels in the form of IP packets. And what is an IP packet? IP packet is nothing but exactly the address where the information needs to go. So we have taken an example of one type of information which is known as login information. So we are logging in with username and password. As soon as the client goes to Windows 10, enter a username and password and press OK. As soon as press enter, this will be broken down into maybe 100 packets or maybe 10 packets, and but the information will be broken down into packet and will be sent to the server. And how does switch know where this information needs to go? With the help of this information, because the IP packet has the source IP. It knows that it is coming from your machine. The switch also knows that where it needs to go. It also has the destination IP address. So it goes from here and all directly sent to this. Now, the second thing is, in the server, there are hundreds of services. Server has DNS, server has AD, server has DHCP. Other than that, server has the disk file, the file and storage services. So server has thousands of services inside a server. So how does server know that where this login information needs to go? Guys, this is with the help of the port number. So port number basically decides that where this information needs to go. So this login information, as soon as it reaches the server, should it go to a DNS? Should it go to AD? Should it go to DHCP? Should it go to file and storage services? Should it go to any other tool within the server? Guys, this is decided by the port number. In other words, you can also say the port number is like doors on the server. The port number is actually like a doors. I didn't do that. And this is my pen is automatically doing that. So let me. Okay, so the port number is basically those hundreds of, the port number is basically the hundreds of doors on the server. Now there are 5,000 or 6,000 port numbers on each server. Okay, so okay, so here let me quickly. This is a server, and server has all these different. So what are we trying to understand, guys? I'm trying to explain the port numbers, guys. Whenever the word port comes in interviews, whenever the word port comes in discussions, whenever the word port comes anywhere within the IT field, when you're working in the company or anywhere, just think of doors. Just think of door. Port. Each port is a door. So each port is a different door on the server. So if it is a login information, it will go through port 389. So port 389 always. This information will enter this door, and from this door it enter into the server and directly go to the AD service. Remember that Active Directory needs to authenticate. It's the Active Directory that needs the username and password. So with port 389, it directly goes to that port and it goes to the AD. And exactly like this, there is something called port 21. Port 21 is for FTP service. Now, what is an FTP service? It's not important to know FTP service at the moment, but later on you will be introduced one day. But this is one of the services. This is one of the file transfer protocol used by many other applications. But here, why am I mentioning this? Because this is one of the doors. And there is another famous port that is known as port 25, which is known as SMTP port. So that port is known as SMTP port. So I mean, there are all these different type of ports that are used with on the server, and then there is one more port that is known as port 80. Okay, so the whiteboard is hanging. I'm just giving it 1 minute to come back. Okay, it's back. So these are important ports. Now here, there is one more port that is known as port 25. There is one more port known as port 80. There is one more port known as 33443. You will be mostly working with HTTP port. So this is one of the ports there. HTTP, we will be working on this in all our clouds, in the cloud environment as well. And there is a port number called HTTPS. There is port 25 is SMTP. Port 21 is FTP. And 3389 is authentication. This is Kerberos port. Kerberos port. So this is a Kerberos port. And Alamgir is also mentioning there is a port number called 8530 for internet. Actually, that port is for WDS services. So Alamgir, that port is WDS services. Yes, so it's good that you remember. So guys, these are different ports are there. So this is why now you should be able to understand what is this source port is for. So let's say I send this login information. You as a user went into the computer and you enter your username and password, and that username and password is converted into packets, and now packets are traveling. Now as soon as they reach the switch is the one that needs to decide where this information needs to go to, because switch has 28 computers connected to this. How would switch know that where to send this information? So instead of sending this to all of the ports, it will send it to the destination IP address. So as soon as the information reaches Mr. Switch will say, okay, what is your source IP address? It's saying, I am the source IP address. And it says, where do you want to go to? So the packet would say, I'm going to destination IP address. And as soon as it reaches the destination server, the server will ask that, what do you need? So the IP packet will say, I am going to the port number 389, the door number 389. So from there, the server would say, okay, I have 389 and it needs to go to Active Directory. So Active Directory directly send to Active Directory. So guys, this is what the port number is for. So port number, always remember what is a port number. There is a port number for all of the applications if it is 389. Now let's think for a second, the information was sent to a server that is not an Active Directory server. Let's say it went to a server that is not an Active Directory server. If it is not an Active Directory server, it won't have this door, this port 389. So as soon as the information, so it has all the other ports, but it doesn't have 389. How the door is created? The door was created because you installed Active Directory services on this. So that means that as soon as you install more services, more doors will be created inside the server. So if the server doesn't have the Active Directory, the the message will be that will be rejected right here, that I don't have this port number and I don't have Active Directory server, so information will be rejected. So guys, whenever IP packet travels from one computer to another, it travels in the form of what? It travels in the form of IP packets. And what is in the IP packet? IP packet has the source IP, it has the source port, it also has source destination port. And let's see that IP packet. So guys, I want you to open Internet Explorer on your machine. And in your machine, once you open Internet Explorer, just look for IP packet. Okay. Okay, so I think this is because of my computer is very, very slow. I think I need to restart this computer, and I'll restart that in the break. But then we will be disconnected. So what I need to do is I need to IP packet. So this is, I mean, in detail, you can just look at the IP packet like this. So IP packets are these here. But as you can see, the IP packet has lot more detail, but this is not for us. This is for the networking, the people who are working on the network. But IP packets are basically, so this is a good image here. IP packets are basically like ladders. So ladders has a source address, destination address. This is a very good this is a very good representation of an IP packet. It travels from one place to another, and in the form of packets. So it's like a ladder going from one place to another. It has a source IP address, destination IP address, source port, and destination port, and this is how it reaches the other place. So I'll take this picture. It's a good picture. So it's right here. So what do we have? We have a source IP address, source port, destination IP address, destination port, and the user is trying to connect. So from this slide, what we understood that information travels from one place to another in the form of IP packets. Now let's get back to our firewalls, everyone. So this is a very, very important concept that we need to understand on this slide, that all of the networks are protected with two firewalls. How many firewalls? Two firewalls, everyone. And one firewall is just a basic level firewall, which you see right here before the internet. And this firewall is a basic level firewall. And in other words, it is also known as, okay, it is also known as a port level firewall. So from here the information, it travels from one place to another. So from here only the IP packets will be tested, and once the IP packet is allowed inside the network, then it is allowed inside, then it goes through this other firewall that it checks the packets. So this second firewall checks the packet deep down with details. So it will not only check the first firewall, everyone, the first firewall will only check source IP address, destination IP address, source port, and destination port. But guys, the second firewall will check the packet as well. It will check. So this is exactly like when you enter into the airport, and on the airport you will see you will be checked. Sometimes they want you to go through the body scan. So body scan is that other different firewall where they want to check you deep inside for everything, whereas there is that first check where you just need to go through that normal firewall where they would just scan everyone. So this is the first scan everyone. This is second where everything is checked. Now, why the company is protecting why everyone is being protected in this manner? Because guys, this network is a very, very important network for everyone. Now, this area, this area that we see right here. So this area between the two firewalls is known as DMZ. So this area between the two firewall is known as DMZ, and DMZ stands for demilitarized zone. So this area, there will be only those servers that needs to connect to internet. So all of the servers doesn't need to connect to internet. You don't want to open all your servers to be connected to internet. Why? Because it will be very difficult to protect all these servers, because on all these servers there are different type of application, and hackers that are sitting on this side of the network, they can hack into any of these servers. Yes, Naveed, you may ask a question.
Sir, you mentioned the first firewall is a basic firewall, right?
The first
what,
firewall is a basic firewall, yes.
okay, and what about the second one?
The second firewall is application level firewall. So it will check the packet. So it will check exactly what is in the packet.
Okay, sir, thank you.
You're most welcome. So guys, always remember that the area between the two firewalls is known as, DMZ. So here I'm going to write here, this is called DMZ. So this is known as DMZ, and sometimes it is also known as parameter network. So parameter network basically, yes, parameter network is basically a network in which that is open to internet. So sometimes it is known as DMZ, and sometimes this is known as parameter network. Guys, parameter network or DMZ is a network that is protected inside the firewall. You can think of this as an LOC. Zishan is saying short break. Yes, we'll go for a short break. Just give me like 10 minutes here, and we'll go for a break, everyone. So so this area between this is known as DMZ or parameter network. Now guys, for interview purposes, for the real environment purposes, always remember, keep that in your photo memory, and I want you to make this on your on your rough pages, on in your notes. Make this, that this is your company data center, this is your internet, and in between the internet you have two firewalls. One basic level firewall, which is known as port level firewall. So here I'm just going to write here port level firewall. So this one is port level firewall. So first one is port level firewall. The second one is application level firewall. Why am I asking you to make that in your notes? Why am I asking you to make it in your notes, everyone? Because to basically store that in your long-term memory, not store them in the notes. Notes, notes are like paper. You will lose them maybe in 1 month, 2 months, 6 months, 1 year. You don't know where the notes will go. But when you make it, when you type it, when you write it, when you draw it, it will be stored in your long-term memory. So what I want you to remember from this is support level firewall. So second is this is application level firewall. So second one is application level firewall. First one is port level firewall. Always remember, this is exactly like what happens on the airport when the people are scanned, normal scan where everyone needs to go through. And the second firewall is the one where it is more rigorous type of scan, which is a body scan. They want to check you. So in IT, this is normal. This is the standard. All the big companies have these two types of firewalls. Why? Because they need to protect these servers. Why do they need to protect these servers? Because these servers are making millions and billions for these organizations. Think of Amazon, think of eBay, think of these other big giants, Microsoft, and these servers are making. I mean, today if these servers are removed, these servers cannot make anything. So for that reason, these servers are important. These are always protected inside these two firewalls, and this area which is in between the two firewalls, this is known as DMZ. And most of the time there will be one or two servers in this firewall. So there will be this one server that is known as the gateway server. There will be another server in this. That server will be known as maybe another application type of server that needs to be connected to the internet. So that means only few servers are that have direct connection to the internet, not all of the servers. So these are the servers where you will download the updates, and from this server it will be downloaded from the inside of the network. So guys, one more time, let's try to make this very simple. All of the networks are very, very important for all of the organizations. And in order to protect them, first of all the companies provide physical security for all of their networks. Walmart, Loblaws, all of these big organization or even medium organization, they all keep their servers in a very safe location where normal people don't have access to. If you are an admin and you need access to this, then you would need a card scanner and sometimes thumb impression, fingerprints, retina scan, and they will keep many cameras on you. When you walk inside this data center, they will have many cameras on you, from behind, from front, from the side, everywhere. Whatever you are doing, everything is being recorded. So physically it is protected, number one. Number two, for a logical protection, companies have two firewalls. One firewall is a port level firewall. So this first firewall will only inspect the first part of the packet. What is the source IP address? What is the destination IP address? What is the port number? What is the destination port number? And the second firewall will check the packet. Actually, it will open the packet. It will see that if there is no viruses, if there is no malware, nothing destructive in this packet. If it sense anything is destructive in this packet, it will just reject the packet right here. So packet will be rejected. So if the packet is rejected on the first firewall, it cannot go further. If the packet is rejected on the second firewall, it cannot go any further. It will be rejected. So guys, yes, all of the companies protect their network with these two firewalls. The important thing that I want you to remember is the area between the two firewall is known as DMZ, or in other words, it is also known as demilitarized zone. Usher has provided the name here. Thank you, Usher. And so demilitarized zone, and it is also sometimes known as parameter network. Parameter network is basically it's the area, it's the network between the two firewall. So your question might be, why do we even have this network? This might be risky for the organization, that somebody can hack into the first firewall and then they are into this server. From this server they can jump into this server. So guys, this is basically some applications. For some application, there are some servers that you cannot, I mean, they must have internet connection. For some applications, some servers must have internet connection. So your question might be, have we learned any of those services where we must have internet connection? Yes, guys, remember WSUS. WSUS was a service that we learned in which all of the updates are downloaded on one of server, and from there it will be downloaded to all the other servers. So that's a one example of that server that can sit in the DMZ zone. In DMZ, you can put that server. Secondly, we do not put any important server inside DMZ. So you don't want to put any server. So for example, you will never put Active Directory server in this. You will never. So no companies will allow any Active Directory server, DHCP server, DNS server. All these important server, they all stay inside. Only the server that are most important, that are more, I mean, that has an absolute need of connecting to the internet to download something and then to send inside, those servers will be in the DMZ network or the parameter network. So guys, with this quick understanding, so what we understood that there are two firewalls, we understood what is a DMZ, what is parameter network. Now your question might be that how do you configure them? How do you configure them? How do you install them? How do they work together? So guys, for that, this is not our job. This is network engineers' job who are CCIE. So there is another certification called CCIE for the network guys. They are responsible for all this. They are responsible for DMZ. They are responsible for the parameter network. What we are responsible is the servers that are sitting inside. So server will be server 2016, and you will be the one managing that server. So managing the server will be exactly the same how we are managing here our server. You need to make sure IP address is proper, firewall, and this and that, and everything is configured on the server.
Yes, sir. I have a question here.
Yes, please go ahead.
Yes, sir. You mentioned some of the services that are you cannot put in this DMC area. So, which DC you have to put? Can you briefly describe?
Okay, so so your question is that which server needs to go to, or so
Yeah.
which domain controller needs to go into this?
Yes. Like which server you said, right?
Yes, what type of server can be in this DMZ?
Yeah, yeah. Because like as you mentioned, some of the like very important services you cannot put in the DMC, right? So what are the less important services that you can put here? Like which server then you can put it? You
Yes,
create a
so
special server for this one?
right. So one of the example that I gave is WSUS server. WSUS server, where you are receiving all of the updates. Remember WSUS?
Yeah.
So on WSUS, you will download all the updates on this server, and from this server, it will be downloaded to all of the other servers. So that is one example. And other than that, there are some gateway servers. There are some gateway servers in Citrix. There is a SMTP gateway in Exchange. So those are different type of servers that are that needs to be there, and that is decided by the application admin. So then your question might be, then how do you know which server needs to go there? So basically this is not our decision that which server needs to go. It will be decision of the application admin. So how it works, let's say you will receive a request from Exchange admin that I need my SMTP gateway in DMZ. So all you need to do as a system admin, you will log into this network and you will install a new server in this, and then the network guy will work with you and connect this to the DMZ server. So our role to install the server, make it ready, and the network admin will connect it to the DMZ, and that's how it is. So you don't have to worry about that. How do you connect it to the DMZ? How the DMZ will connect to my server and then back to other servers? So this is basically job of a network. But you do need to know how to install this server and how to configure this server.
Okay.
Okay. So it is 12 for, okay, it's 12:46 for me. It's 8:46 for you. I think let's take a 10 minutes break here. And right after the break, we will continue. So everyone, I'll be restarting my machine, and you might have to reconnect, or maybe might not. Let me restart my machine. If you're disconnected, just reconnect, please. Hello, everyone. Welcome back after the break. So let's see how many people are present in the class. Please type yes in the chat window. Okay, thank you, Asher, Human. And what about others? Please type yes in the chat window if you're present. So, yes, guys, before the break, we were learning VPN and IP access and IP packets here. So the thing that we need to understand again one more time, that all of the networks are protected. Most of the time, all of the networks are protected with two firewalls. One firewall is known as port level firewall. The other firewall is known as application level firewall. So guys, we need to remember that. You need to make that, you need to draw that on your paper and save that in your long-term memory. So two firewalls, port level firewall, application level firewall, and in between the two firewall, there is a small network for your company. This network is owned by your company, and that network is known as DMZ and parameter network. And the next concept that we wanted to understand is the VPN. So, and also we understood just before the break, we understood the second concept, and that concept was for IP packets. And IP packets are the way information travels from one client to another, server to server, server to client. All the information travels in the form of IP packets, and IP packet basically contains the packet, which is the main area. And this is, and IP packets have these different information: source IP, destination IP, source port, and destination ports. And all firewall rules are made based on these different all firewall rules are made on this IP packet. So this is why when you go to a firewall and you try to create a rule, that rule is always be based on the source IP address and destination IP address. Now let's understand VPN connection. So VPN connection is basically a virtual private connection. So VPN. It stands for Virtual Private Connection. So the main idea behind VPN is just this: that if you're sitting at home and you're trying to connect to, nowadays due to COVID, all of the IT professionals, most of the IT professionals are working from home for the last 1 year, and most probably for most of the organization, this will be the standard. Most of the people will be working from home for many organizations forever, I guess, because they find they are finding it is much more beneficial for employees to work from home instead of working from the office, because they are seeing that it is proved to be more productive when the people are working on their own timings. And the reason why it is proving to be more productive when people are working on their own timing, because then there is no time limit. People have to complete the task, and while completing the task, people are spending more than 8 hours daily. So more than 8 hours, and sometimes, yeah, and everybody understands that sometime it is when you're working from home, it might be just 2-3 hours of work every day, but when you have a task, then you will be spending like 10 hours, 12 hours, or even 15 hours at home. So many organizations have removed their offices, and their employees are working from home. Many Microsoft large companies, I'm talking about large companies. Okay, so VPN connection is basically a connection that is protected between you between you and also your network. Naveed has a question: is there any other gateway of VPN except Citrix? Yes, so there is Citrix gateway that can sit in this. So here I'm going to say this is Citrix gateway. So, and also there is another gateway for Exchange. So the Exchange gateway is also one of them, which is known as SMTP gateway. SMTP gateway. This is mail. This is simple mail, simple messaging protocol. This is simple messaging transport protocol. Simple messaging transport protocol. simple message transport protocol. This is for exchange. This is also a gateway for exchange. So these are the servers that sit in the DMZ, but always remember that in the DMZ, only those servers are sitting there, the server that are absolutely required to connect to simple mail transport protocol. Yes, okay. So guys here, the next thing that we need to understand is the VPN connection. VPN connection is something like this, where you can, where you need to connect over the internet. So this is internet. This is internet, and you are connecting to your organization. In order to connect to your organization, what happens is that in that DMZ, so DMZ and between your organization, there is this firewall, and this area is known as DMZ. Within DMZ, we place one server called VPN server. So this server is considered as a VPN server. So what happens is basically you will connect from here over the internet, and you will connect to this server first. And from this server, once you're logged into this server, then you will be given entry inside your organization. So this is how you connect to, but in order to protect this complete transaction, in order to connect from the connection between your computer to the VPN and to inside your network, this is all protected with VPN connection. This is all encrypted. This complete connection is encrypted. So which means that nobody can enter this connection. Nobody, hackers won't be able to connect to this connector. This is why it is known as virtual private network. And how they protect this, this complete network, it is because of encryption. And how do they encrypt this all information? Guys, what is an encryption? Simple definition of an encryption is that it will be all the information will be converted many times into many different shapes and forms, and then will be sent to the network. And then once it reaches your network, then it will be decrypted. So from your computer, it will be encrypted. It will be encrypted, and when it reaches the server here, it will be decrypted. So when it is decrypted, and what is the encrypted and decrypted, guys? A very simple shape of encryption will be, let's say you're sending something like ABC. A very simple encryption can be that this will be converted into BCA, and then it will be further encrypted into some numbers, and then it will be further encrypted into some symbols. So it is converted into some symbols, and then so you can see there are 3 stages that this number is converted to. This is known as encryption, and I'm giving you a very simple example of encryption. This is not like that. It is like thousands and thousands of transformations of the same the information, and once it reaches the other side, it will be decrypted again. So it will be converted to that and that and that and that, and whatever is, so that complete strategy is known as algorithm. So this algorithm, whatever encryption algorithm your company is following, and there are some security standards, which is said to be that this information is so much encrypted that if a hacker needs to go through thousands of lines of codes, he won't be able to break into this. So this all encryption is done through certificates. So this all encryption is done through certificates. Now certificates basically make sure certificate make sure that this complete transaction is encrypted, and the same type of encryption is used when you are logging into your banking websites. So banking website, remember that when you log into your banking website, you are using your ATM card and PIN number, and that is most important for everyone. And people have lots of money in their banks, and if somebody can get hacked into your ATM and PIN number, so they will be able to transfer funds from your bank account to their bank account. What happens to the money after that? That's another story. But they will be able, if somebody will be able to hack from your home to the banking website, then they will be able to get into your bank account. So in order to protect that information is all protected with encryption services. So first of all, what is VPN? VPN stands for virtual private network, And the main purpose of the VPN is to encrypt the communication between you and internet. So here, if I can write here one sentence for this so that we can remember. VPN is used to encrypt communication between the end user and the organization or the company network.
Sir, it should be decrypt, right? Not encrypt, right?
So VPN is used to encrypt communication between the end user and the company. So here you can actually, if you want to use both, encrypt and decrypt both. So decrypt and encrypt.
So basically, it decrypts, right?
No, it will do both. Why do you think it will only do decrypt? So if the information is not encrypted, why would it need to be decrypted? Right? I mean, can you repeat your question? Yes.
Yes, sir. Before, like definitely before it's encrypted, right? So when it goes to the like end server, it's decrypted, right? Through the VPN, right?
Yes, but VPN main purpose is to provide encrypted information, to provide shelter or provide protection to all this communication. And encryption and decryption is part of the VPN process. Is part of the VPN process. So it's not only to encrypt or decrypt or only to decrypt. VPN will provide the complete protection for all this communication. Okay. So by book definition, if we try to go through this here, by book definition, so a VPN provides a point-to-point connection between a private networks component by using a public network such as internet. So basically, wherever from the internet, wherever you connect to all your company branches, your branch office, your servers, your home office, VPN client, and from here, the remote user, everything will be protected. Everything will be protected here with the VPN connection. So VPN is not used inside the network. VPN is only used to connect from outside over the internet to your organization. So site-to-site VPN, it uses a technology called site-to-site VPN, which uses connect to portions of the private network. The calling router, the VPN client authenticates itself to the answering router, and the VPN server requires that you create a dial interface. You can create three types of site-to-site VPN connection: PPTP, L2TP, IKEV2, and can be persistent or on demand. You can control traffic by using either the IP, the demand dial filter, or the dial out filters. Then Server 2016 support 4 VPN tunneling protocol. It can support PPTP, it can support L2TP, it can support SSTP, and it can support IKE. Now, what is all this? Before I can explain this, guys, this is nothing but the protocol is used between the client and the server. So that protocol is of 3 types. So mainly of 2 types here that is used. So it's just saying that what is the software used in between the client and the VPN to encrypt and decrypt this service. So these different protocols are known as, so here I can write PPTP, or L2TP, L2TP. So these are the protocols that will help encrypt the information and then decrypt the information on both ends. Now, if we go here, so it's saying Windows Server 2016 supports 4 types of VPN tunneling protocols. So basically, this is known as a tunnel. This complete circuit is known as a tunnel. I mean, I mean, it looks like a tunnel, right? So it looks like a tunnel in the internet. So on internet, we know that there are not millions, billions of people are using the internet. So internet is being used by billions of people for all their different purposes. Some people are watching movies, some people are watching maybe some people are using internet for gaming purposes, for hospital application. I mean, billions of people are using this. And in that billions of communication, you have one tunnel here that connects you from here to your network. So that tunnel, basically, it is known as a tunnel. This is why it is known as PPTP, point-to-point tunneling protocol. So this is point-to-point tunneling protocol. This is L2 tunneling protocol. So, so these are different protocols that are used in between this. So here it's saying Microsoft Windows Server 2016 support 4 VPN tunneling protocol. Number one, PPTP, and the port number for PPTP is 1732, and it provides data confidentiality, but not data integrity and data authentication. Whereas there is second version of L2TP and IPsec protocol, which is known as which uses port number 500 and 1701 and 4500 and port number 50. And this is a newer version of PPTP. So PPTP is older protocol, and this is a newer protocol, and this uses either certificates or pre-shared keys for authentication. We recommend certificate authentication. So certificate authentications are used, and then there is one more protocol that is SSTP, which is Secure Tunnel Protocol, and the port number it uses 443, and it uses SSL to provide data confidentiality, data integrity, data authentication. So it has all these different protocol and one more IKv2 protocol, which is 500. Now, guys, the important thing here to understand is you don't need to remember all this. You don't need, this is all a responsibility of a security specialist, but you should have that all in your in the back of your mind. So let's say if somebody is talking about VPN, you should have a complete map of VPN in your mind, that, you know, VPN, basically, VPN works like this. Where is that slide? So VPN is a secure tunnel protocol, and it is used for users from connecting from home, connecting from office, connecting from maybe a fast food restaurant, connecting from a hotel, motel, where they are staying, to your organization. So our organizations have physical security, but in order to protect from users who are connecting over the internet, they connect through using VPN connection. Now, how does VPN connection works? Or let's say if you're an employee of any organization, what are the things that you need to know about a VPN connection in practical? Guys, so before even practical, your question might be that how much from this you need to configure or you need to do technically. Guys, as being a system admin, number one, as being a cloud admin, none of this is our responsibility. You won't be asked to configure a VPN connection. Why? Because VPN connection is again part of networking. It is done by VPN or security specialist. So you don't need to do that. But you do need to understand. That how it works. So you need to have that general idea of this networking. So today we discussed starting from here, you need to have all that on your fingertips. Need to have all that on your fingertips, that physical networks are protected with physical security, number one. Number two is for logical security. These networks are protected with two firewalls, firewall number one, firewall number two. Firewall number one is port level firewall. It only inspects the basic traffic. It only essentially the first firewall is only inspecting if it is the right IP address, if it is the right port number, and if the port numbers are allowed or not allowed. So all that information is checked on the first firewall. So first firewall, let's say if the first firewall is saying that port 80 is blocked. So on this firewall, you will have rules like this. On this firewall, it says port 80 and it says blocked. If it says it's blocked and the IP packet is coming here, so IP packet is coming on this way and it says it is going to port 80, right here, this packet will be blocked right here. So it says, no, this packet is not allowed. Why? Because port 80 is blocked on this. So in other words, this door is blocked on this. So there are all these doors that are right here on this firewall, and they need to have that port open. Now, let's say if this port is blocked and you're trying to do something very important. Let's say you're trying to update the WSUS server and the information is not going through, it giving you error message. Then you will need to call the security specialist who is responsible for VPN, and you will tell them, I need to install WSUS and I need to download all of the updates on this server that requires port 80. Please open port 80. So then the security specialist would come back to you and say, it would tell you, why should I open port 80? It will open port 80 for everyone. So guys, this is where you need to give him the IP address of the WSUS server. So you will tell him, open port 80 only for our WSUS server. So he will go into firewall and then configure this rule. Let's say your WSUS server IP address is 10.99. You would say open this port only for this IP address and not for anything else. Then the VPN the firewall guy would go and then open this port for you, and you will be able to receive the updates here. So Naveed asked a question: in case of the login, a user will log into VPN first and with his Active Directory and password. I guess first he connects with VPN to the company server and then will password. Exactly. It's a very good question. In case of you are logging into your network, first you are going to need the VPN access password. First you will need the VPN access. First you connect to VPN server, and then then it will give you the server, and in the server you will have the login where you can log in using the username and password. So this is exactly what I wanted to do next on this slide, that what is the process of logging in? So what do you need to remember when you're working for these organizations? So this is your laptop. So this is you, and right here, this is your laptop, and you're about to connect to your company network. So your company network is sitting right here. So here you have servers, this is your internal network, and this is all protected from the firewall. So here you have two firewalls, and here you have internet. So this is your internet. Now from here, you are about to connect to this. So your DMZ, your VPN server will be sitting in DMZ. So you have your firewall. This is your DMZ zone. This is demilitarized zone. And you're supposed to connect from here, from internet. Definitely you will connect to internet first, and then you will connect to VPN, and then inside the network. For that, most of the time, they will provide you a RSA token. Now, RSA token is something like this. So let me show you RSA token. RSA token is something, a device like this. So if I change, it's a device like this. So this device will be given to all of the employees, and this number changes every 10 seconds or sometimes 30 seconds. So let me take that picture from here. So now, guys, what are we trying to understand? Now we are trying to understand that how does VPN work? So as soon as you are employed in that organization, so whatever organization you are part of, that organization will provide you a token like this. And you might have seen this token with some people in IT. So this token and this number, so they will provide you this number, and this token, this number changes every 10 seconds. So sometime every 10 seconds, sometime every 30 seconds. So this number that you see, it changes every 30 seconds. So which means that the person who has the RSA token, only that person will be able to connect to the VPN server. So sometime it is 30 seconds, sometime it is 10 seconds. So so on the client, there will be a software called VPN software. So that will be provided by your organization. So two things will be provided by your organization. Number one, the VPN software in your company, in your laptop. And most of the time, this laptop is provided to you by the company. It's not your laptop, it's company's laptop. It has the VPN software and they will provide you this physical token. So this is known as RSA token. Now in this token, what happens is that you will open the software, and as soon as you open the software, it will ask you for this number, whatever number. Let's say here the number is 159759. As soon as you enter this number and you connect, so what happens, it opens that, the software will open a tunnel from here to the VPN server, and the VPN server will verify this number and then would let you connect, and this complete tunnel is all encrypted. So guys, now how many things do you need to know in order to connect to VPN? Number one is that when you are employed in this organization, you will be provided this RSA token, number one. Number two, there is a VPN software on your computer. And this computer belongs to your organization. So normally they won't provide this VPN software on your home computer. They don't provide, because they don't want to risk people connecting from their personal laptop to their computer. So they will provide the laptop, the software, the token, and once you are connected, the user will, now you will see the login information, the login screen of your server, and then you will be able to connect. I'll take your question in a moment. Just give me a second here. And so right here, how many things do we need to know? As an employee, first of all, they will provide you a laptop. Second, they will provide you a VPN software in the laptop. And third, they will provide you a token. So once you have this, you will open the software, and then the request will go directly to the VPN server. This is your VPN server. VPN server acknowledges the request. And then once it matches this number on the server, then it will only let you connect to the inside of the server. And you will get that screen on the, at this point, you will get a screen of login. So you will get a login screen and you will be able to log into the server. So Naveed asked that question before, that first, do you need an Active Directory account for this? No. So most of the time you will need an RSA token, and sometimes this is also connected to Active Directory account. But here, just for simplicity, understand that you will, this laptop is provided by your organization, VPN software, RSA token. First you connect to VPN authenticated, and then you will log in here to the server. Now I'll take your question. So Zishan asked a question. Banks also provide RSA token or to their customer? Not really. So it's a very good question. That if it is very important as a token, RSA token, is it provided to all the bank's customers? So guys, here, Zishan, I just wanted to point out one thing. Banks have two things. Number one, customers and employees. So they cannot provide RSA token to all their customers. Why? Because customers are in millions. So they have millions of customers, and if they start providing RSA token to all their customers, that will be huge hit on them. This will be very expensive for them. So instead, they provide SSL. They provide, yes, Naveed, I'll come to your question. Just give me a second here. So customers, for the customers, they connect through SSL connection, which is another protocol to your banking website. But to the bank employees, yes, they do provide RSA token to the they do provide RSA token to the employees, not to the customers. So Naveed, you may ask a question.
Thank you, sir. You mentioned that a user follows the token number on RSA, and then he entered the token number in the VPN software, and that the VPN software communicates with the VPN to log in. My question to you that that device RSA secure ID, how that VPN number is communicating with the VPN software on the user's laptop.
Yes, so it's a very good question that there is one number on this RSA token, and then how this number is verified on the client, and also that how that number is verified on the server. How does the server know that this number is a legit number? So guys, this is where that complete software works together. So when the company buy RSA solution from them, they will provide a software that is always connected to their RSA token, and also the server is also updated from internet with the latest numbers. So as we said, this number is changing always 10 seconds. So these three things are always connected together. So whatever number is here, that number will be here and here as well.
Adnan, I have a question.
Yes, please go ahead.
For the VPN server, just as a server which FISMA role and Active Directory domain control, what we have on the VPN server?
Yes,
on the DMZ.
it's a good question. What type of authentication is there on the VPN server? It has its own authentication. It's not Active Directory. VPN has its own authentication. So, and again, this is VPN is a responsible, since it is a responsibility of a networking team. VPN comes in many different devices and different type of servers. So it has its own. It's not using Active Directory.
And,
Sir,
sorry, it
yeah,
means
it's okay now.
sorry about that. It means VPN work as a Kerberos or something like Active Directory to recognize the PIN or ID somebody want to come to the server, actual server, on-premise data center.
Yes, so I think your question is that if VPN needs to connect, then where is the user IDs made and who manages those user IDs? So this is all done through Cisco. So most of the time, these VPN devices are Cisco. So just like here on the screen, you are seeing Cisco ASA. So this is their devices where people connect to. So here you can see people are connecting from home to the VPN device. And from there, they are connecting from the inside network to inside network or the remote branches. So it's their own authentication, it's their own protocols. We don't need to know that because it requires, certain certification.
No, Adnan, my question is for the recognize the person to be safe coming to the network.
Right.
When we log into the computer, we have username and password. They go to the control panel. But when we're gonna log in through the VPN, we don't go to the server directly. First of all, we have to go to the VPN, then they approve us. We go log into the computer and we go ahead. This is as my understanding. Just I wondering to know the name of those numbers you just mentioned, RSA token or whatever, recognized on the VPN tunnel or server, and then they say this guy is safe or this ID is safe, and then right now go to the authentication and log in.
Yes. So on the VPN server, we have to provide a list of users that needs to have access for VPN. So essentially, I think your question is that how do we know who are the people who are safe to log in onto the VPN server, right?
Exactly.
Right. So
yeah.
So it's like that, in the company, when they need to provide VPN access, the management provides them a list of users. So let's say they're saying John is an IT admin, he needs access to VPN. Mark is an IT admin, he needs access to VPN. So it's stuff like that. We provide them in the beginning, and they will add them to the VPN server, and also they would provide them their own tokens. So John will have his own token, Mark will have his own token, RSA token, and they will log in from their own. So this is what makes sure that who are the safe people to log in. Obviously, if somebody doesn't have a token, he won't be able to log in. So only those specific people will be supplied with RSA token. Okay.
Thank you.
Zishan, you're most welcome. Zishan has a question. It seems like the same. Yes.
No, sir. My question is, sir, for example, if someone is having a laptop or like tablet, whatever, and there is a lot of application he is using on the behalf of the company. So am I this person is connecting through VPN and then using this app, or like what exactly?
So if that person having many applications on
From
the
the company? For example, myself, sir, if I'm having a tablet or iPad and I'm using some of the application on the behalf of my company,
right.
so am I connecting with the VPN to use this application? Like what exactly? I don't have any idea.
Okay. So currently, do you have a laptop from the company?
Sir, I'm having a tablet, iPad, sir.
So you are having iPad and you connect
Yeah.
with company for which application?
So, for example, Salesforce or
Okay.
something like different softwares,
Okay.
different
Yes.
applications.
You're
Yeah,
right. So,
yeah,
so what happens is there are two ways to connect to the company network. So directly through the application or log into the server. Here in this scenario, we are specifically talking about when you log into the server. If you need to log into the server, then this is
mm,
the way we need to connect to the server. But
right.
the one that you are mentioning, that is that you need to connect to a Salesforce software or application from a tablet. And
Yeah,
definitely that tablet is from your organization as well, right?
yes, sir.
It's
Right,
not your tablet. So in that tablet, what they did, they have installed SSL software, SSL
right,
certificate with which encrypts all the information that connects you to inside the organization. But using SSL doesn't involve VPN. That involves another technology called certificate server, certificate authority server. So that's a different topic. But
right.
you are connected to your organization using SSL.
Okay, sir. Okay.
Okay.
Thank you. Okay.
So, okay, everyone. So this is about VPN, and VPN we do need to understand. In order to understand VPN and in order to understand all these slides, it's not difficult to understand. I think some of the information we already know, that all the networks are made up of computers. All the networks are made up of computers, switch, and servers. And when you have computer switch and servers, inside the network, you don't need VPN connection. Inside the network, if you are sitting inside the company, inside the office, you don't need VPN connection. VPN connection is only required when you're connecting to your organization remotely. So whenever whoever is connecting to the organization remotely, meaning from the office, from hotel, from airports, and they are trying to connect, then we need VPN connection. VPN connection is only required when people are connecting remotely to your organization, and inside the organization, VPN is not required. Now, there is one reason why companies do not require VPN inside the organization, because guys, when you connect from VPN, this becomes expensive for the organization. Because definitely when you're connecting to VPN, you need a VPN server. So you need to buy a VPN server, then a VPN software. Then you also need to encrypt and decrypt traffic. So that this traffic is heavier than normal traffic. So when you're sitting inside the organization, you don't need this heavy traffic. You don't need to have have this type of communication inside the organization. Inside the organization, you're safe because the inside of the organization is protected from the internet and from physically as well. So inside, you don't need VPN. VPN is only required when you connect from remotely to these servers. Yes, go ahead, please.
So you mentioned that there are two firewalls, and like in the middle, we have the parameter network. So my question to you is, how do we configure firewalls, like two layers of firewalls? What is the process of installing it
Right.
or configuring it?
Right, a very good question. And the answer to this is that configuring firewalls is not our responsibility. Why? And we need to understand, we need to know that because, a non-technical type of manager might come to you and say, you are a system admin, I just hired you, you should install firewalls, right? So you need to have a clear understanding that firewalls is a networking device. Firewall is a networking device. I mean, if we look at the firewalls right here, firewalls are devices like this. So I'm going to show you firewall. And there are different type of firewalls. There are hardware firewalls, then there are software firewalls. So here, these are different type of firewall. So firewall is basically protects you from outside and inside connections here. And firewall is a device like this. So this is ASA firewall. This is sonic wall. This is a firewall as well. These are physical firewalls. So these firewalls, and not only simple network admin, they require security network admin, the people who are specialists of security side of the network, and that's another type of certification. So it won't be your responsibility. Basically, this type of firewall will be sitting in your network, and your servers are behind this firewall. Just like here, you can see that there is a firewall. The device is sitting here, and actually, this picture is better right here. So basically, this is your firewalls. This is your workstations, and these are your servers here on this side, and this is internet. So there is a firewall here, there are firewalls here, and all the information it is protected. So going back to your question that who configures and how these firewalls are configured, it is a network specialist and security specialist responsibility actually.
Okay. So let's say that this time I'm not talking about this VPN. I'm talking about the network. As we learned previously about external firewalls, so whose responsibility is that to configure that firewall to get our network safe?
Network admin.
Okay, so that is also network admin,
Yes.
not us.
No, that is also network admin.
Okay. Okay, then what is our scope in this VPN to configure?
Excellent question. Then what is our scope of VPN? Why do we have this chapter in this? Our scope of VPN is that we need to understand this technology. So when you're sitting in meetings, when you're sitting in with the networking team, and when let's say they need to deploy a server inside DMZ. So if you don't understand this complete technology, then how do you understand that where do you need to install server? Let's say if this is the first time you heard of something called DMZ, oh, we need to install a server in DMZ, and you don't know what DMZ, or they're saying that your people will be connecting through VPN. So this is where we need to have that clear understanding. Oh yes, people remotely needs to connect through VPN so that it is all protected. So our role here is to have the understanding of the concept.
Okay, thank you.
I have a question.
Yes, please go ahead.
Regard our subject for VPN, because I see in the regular job when some of the computer, especially desktop, log in through the VPN from the home, and after 2-3 hours, I get email, this computer is not healthy. Please replace that one or do something for that computer. Just I wondering to know how they gonna find it. For example, those computer has virus or something is not good for the system, and they ask us as a support to remove them from the network. How they get it, the information?
Yes. So, so Human's question is about this client machine. So, guys, here we can see there is a client machine, and this client machine is, let's say, this client machine doesn't have a proper antivirus. This client machine maybe might not have proper security updates, and you're trying to connect it through VPN connection. Now, this laptop will be provided to your organization. And since this laptop is provided by your organization, this will have all the latest stuff. This will have the latest antivirus. This will have the latest security patches. So there is no chance that this laptop doesn't have is missing anything. Now, in which cases when a laptop is not considered healthy, in cases, let's say you went on vacation and you took the laptop with you for 1 month, and in that 1 month, this laptop was closed. And when you came back, this computer is not having the up-to-date information. So in that, as soon as you next time, the first day after vacation, when you try to connect to this laptop, what happens is as soon as you initiate a VPN connection, the information goes to a VPN server, and in VPN server, there is something called a compliance software. So there is a compliance software installed on this server. So what this compliance software does, it will first of all, and part of the authentication process, it needs to make sure that this machine that is trying to connect to the inside of the network, this has to be healthy. So healthy machine is considered as if it has the latest antivirus, latest security patches, and latest everything that needs to be there, all the latest software and security patches and upgrades are necessary for this machine to be healthy. Now this compliance software that is sitting inside VPN, this will make sure as soon as before that, it will make sure the token is right. So the very first thing, it makes sure token is right. If the token is right, then the next thing, it needs to make sure that this machine is healthy. And the way it makes sure is because of this compliance software. This compliance software will go inside the machine and it will see that if it has the latest antivirus, and in case if it is missing anything, then what it does, it will stop the machine from connecting from here and will send a message to the admin. A message will be sent to the admin that, contact this user and make sure this machine is healthy. The admin will now call this person, will connect to the machine, make it healthy, and then they will try again. So going back to your question, Human, this is done through compliance software that is part of VPN.
Thank you.
You're most welcome. Okay. So, so everyone, this is called VPN, and we need to have that understanding. Now here, the next thing that we need to understand is monitoring, managing, and recovering Active Directory. Now, monitoring, managing, and recovering Active Directory is that, so now we have reached here that what is monitoring in servers. When we monitor these servers, everyone, monitoring is a very important part. Now, at this point, again, we need to understand that we are a professional system admin. We are all professional system admin. So this is we are. I am professional admin. And why am I called a professional system admin? Because now I understand different operating systems. So at this point of this training, everyone, at this point of this training, we all know what is a server, number one. What is the difference between server and a client? What is the definition of a network? We all know a definition of a network. Two or more computers connected together is known as a network. And then other than that, we also know what is an operating system. We also know what is security patches. We also know what is security patches. We also know the different roles that are installed on system. I mean, before even different roles, we all know what is IP addresses. And within IP addresses, we all know what are different classes of IP addresses. There is class A IP address, class B, class C IP address. Other than that, we also know what is DHCP service, what is DNS service. And so all these servers, and other than that, we also know some advanced concepts as well, which is file and storage services. File and storage services that has different type of disks there. There are disks in file and storage service. There is volumes in file and storage service. Other than that, we also know what is a failover cluster. We have configured a failover cluster. We also configured NLB as well. So these are all of the things that we know. And other than that, we also know a lot of other things. So at this point, you are a system admin and you know all these different technologies. We do need to practice them. We do need to practice them. Probably next week, I will provide you a custom lab that you need to start working on. And before the custom lab, you need to make sure that all of the previous labs are finished and all the concepts are clear. Now, at this point, let's say you're employed as a system admin in one of the organization. And so what is your very first task? Your very first task is to make sure that all these servers remain healthy 24/7. So this is your main responsibility. And in making sure that all the servers are healthy 24/7, you need to make sure that they are monitored and maintained properly. So your responsibility is to monitor them. Your responsibility is to monitor the servers, maintain the server, maintain these servers properly. And in order to monitor and maintain, we have certain tools in all these servers. So all these servers have these certain tools that we can use to maintain the server. So guys, everybody understood the concept? Please type yes in the chat window if you are able to understand what I'm talking about here. Okay, so we have a few yes here. We have yes from Dishan, Salim, Naveed, Human, Alamgir, Ashish, and I'm missing Asher and Wasim. Thank you, Asher and Wasim. Okay, so everyone, now we have reached a critical point here to understand that now that we do understand all these technologies, so now you have a responsibility. Number one, to review everything that what we have learned in the last 3 months. Number one. Number two is, so we need to review everything that we have learned in the last 3 months. So everything, all your notes and everything will be, you will need in order to complete the next custom lab. So this chapter, on this slide, I wanted to make a context that why we are monitoring and maintaining this environment. Why? Because now your network is running. It's running with all these different operating system, different services, and people are logging in. You're logging in using Active Directory. So we have worked with Active Directory. Now you need to maintain and monitor this environment. So in order to maintain and monitor this environment, the very first thing here on this slide is saying, in order to monitor the performance, in order to monitor this performance, a bottleneck is a resource that is currently at peak in utilization. So most of the time, the servers are set to be, most of the time servers are stuck when CPUs with the overuse of CPU, or when the CPU is utilized 90%, 70%, or when the disk is empty. So not empty, actually disk is fully used, and when the memory is used, and when the network is bottleneck. So there is a technical concept, technical word term used in IT that is known as bottleneck. Bottleneck is basically a concept in which any of these services are not working properly. So bottleneck meaning, so we have a bottle, and that bottle is filled. So till here, that bottle is filled till here, meaning that now there is no capacity in this, and you need to somehow empty this bottle so that more information can go inside. So bottleneck is that technology, is that term. So people who are new to IT, so you need to remember that if your manager is talking about, go and find what is the bottleneck for this issue in regards to the issue. So the bottleneck might be the CPU, bottleneck might be the disk. What is the bottleneck about? The bottleneck is about a ticket that you received saying that server response is slow. When people are logging into this server, it's a very slow login. So very slow login, it can be because of the CPU, because CPU is sitting at 80% all the time. It might be because of the disk, because the disk is 90% full. Or it might be because of memory, that with your memory, which is the RAM. Remember that in the beginning we learned about a RAM. It's the waiting area, that memory is fully consumed. So there is not more, there is not much space in the memory, or maybe your network is clogged, your network is full, and this is why the server is slow, providing a slow response. So in order to maintain this, Windows provides the following tools to help you monitor the performance of the issue. Number one tool is known as Task Manager. Second task is known as Resource Monitor. Third is known as Event Viewer. Fourth is known as Performance Monitor. And fifth is Windows PowerShell. Windows PowerShell is a command line language. If you know Windows, if you know scripting, if you know how to run these commands, then you will be able to do it. But most of the time we use all the four tools here. So now we're going to see that how we can use these tools in order to make sure that server is properly working. So first of all, before even going into the tool, let's think of a scenario. The scenario is that you received a ticket. Now, where do you receive a ticket? Guys, when you're a system admin, working for this organization, you're a sysadmin, you will be provided with a software called ticketing software. You will have a ticketing software. Yes, Ashish, what is the time now? Just a second. Let me check the time. Huh. Ashish, we just have half an hour to go on this. Uh, I know. So it's a too much information, too much information, too much information. Okay, so let me complete this. Let me complete this, and okay, let's have a 2 minutes freshen up break. So 2 minutes, just 2 minutes, guys, because I need to complete this, and then I need to provide you with the custom lab as well. Or okay, we can have a 5 minutes break, and we can have 15 minutes extra at the end. Yay! What a bargain, huh? Okay, so 5 minutes break. Yes, I know that it's a lot of information. Let's have a 5 minutes quick break here, guys. So please freshen up, move around here and there. I know it's 10:30, almost 10 o'clock, and people are tired. So 5 minutes.
Sorry, Adnan, are you go to the break or are you here?
I'm here. I'm here.
I have a quick question, Adnan, if you never mind.
Yes, yes. Why not?
You know, because for the some problem for the just just regular problem for the computer, help desk usually level 1 create a ticket and send it to level 2. But for the server side, just I wondering to know, they have the same situation, when somebody from the system admin role see some issue have, they create a ticket and send to the team, or no, they just do something else?
Mm, yes. So, Homan, your question is that for the desktop problems, people directly call the help desk. Okay.
Yeah.
And when they directly call the help desk, they open a ticket, and most of the time, if it is server related, then that ticket is escalated to second level support, right? So about the servers, it is mostly we are as a system admin. If I see a problem on the server, sometime I will directly start fixing it, or sometime I will create a ticket for myself, or sometime another admin would create a ticket and send it to you as an responsible person for that server. So it goes like this. Or sometime, so there are three scenarios. One is that I see a problem with my server and I start fixing it. Secondly, I will create a ticket for myself and put it in the ticketing system for documentation. And third is, if somebody else see the problem, then they will open a ticket and send it to me.
Okay. Got it. Thank you.
You're most welcome. So adding 3 minutes more for Salim's request. So let's freshen up everyone.
Sir, I have a question for you.
Yes, please go ahead.
Sir, what do you eat in the breakfast?
Maybe probably a crow.
Like, do you memorize all this information, or do you have all this stuff on the second screen and you are getting points and explaining to us.
Right. No. This is on this. Even if on the second screen, it cannot have everything. So I do memorize, I do remember all these
Mhm.
things that are required in the market. So
Fantastic.
I keep on focusing on the job market, and I'm just bringing it back because you will be experiencing all this, and this is,
Right.
I think that's how it is.
It's really fantastic, no doubt.
Thank you so much.
Well,
Yeah.
that was just a joke, and I asked you, what do you eat in a breakfast?
I understand. But the thing is, it is exactly, it is the concept of scope, sorry, focus. If a trainer is focused on just the academic side, then you will
Mhm.
only get the information. If the
That's
trainer
true.
is focused on the practical side, then you will get something like this, what we are,
Right.
because we are focusing on the job market, not just the academics. So this is why we are going through this dynamic, bumpy ride. But this bumpy ride will definitely help you, inshallah.
Inshallah, for sure. Right. Thank you.
You're most welcome.
But Adnan, but it's funny because since 2 weeks ago, I didn't get any call and any if news from the recruiter for the job.
Mm-hmm. Okay, so if in 2 weeks you're not getting any call, are you part of that IT job search group?
I don't think so, Adnan.
Okay, so I will send you I will forward you an email. Just send them a request. They will add you to the IT job search group. Other than that, if you're not getting any calls, then you should apply from LinkedIn, from Indeed. Are you searching for the jobs in there too?
Of course, yeah, this is the main for me.
Okay.
Because Vasim Bhai gave me some good advice. I changed my resume to something level 2 2, and for some of the job I apply for the not level 2 job, not the job I look at as a system admin. But I think maybe because of the market right now is tight.
Yes, market is tight. That's for sure. Market is tight, and but it will open. It will open very soon. It has to open.
Inshallah.
Inshallah. Okay, everyone, let's begin. We have less time here, so let's see how many people are here. Please type yes in the chat window if you're present. So what we are going to do now, we are going to see that our infrastructure is working. The infrastructure that we made, it has domain controller, it has servers, it has all different type of technologies installed in our servers environment, and now we need to maintain it. So right on the screen, you can see that there is first tool that we already know, and that is known as task manager. Task manager is that tool. But before even going into task manager, what we were trying to do is trying to understand a scenario that in which case would you need to go through all this. So the reason why you need to go through all this, because you received a ticket, you as a system admin, and this is a ticketing system. So this is a ticketing system. In the ticketing system, as soon as you log in, you will start getting tickets in the beginning of the day, or maybe there might be some tickets sitting there from yesterday and so on, or maybe from the last evening. And one of the ticket is saying server so and so, server DC1 is slow response. So in the ticket, it will be mentioned that there is this server that is slow, or maybe there might be the other situation might be that user John. So it's saying the ticket says user John is not able to log in. So not able to log in. So this is a second ticket that you need to work on. And basically, when these people open a ticket for you as a system admin, it means that they already troubleshooted the basic issues. So they already know that this user's laptop is fine. He's able to connect. He is able to. His cable is connected, but he's not able to log in because there is some problem with on the domain side. So Ashish is saying, just again, as a system admin, do we need to enable ports, or network admin does that? Yes. Port enabling is network admin's job. So anything to do with the switch or router, because port enable, you need to do it on the switch level. So that is network admin's responsibility. So here, let's say you received the first ticket. Let's try to resolve the first ticket. DC1 is slow. So once DC1 is slow, you're most welcome, Ashish. So DC1 is slow. So what you would do, you would as a system admin, you will log into DC1. And as soon as you log into DC1, so everyone, now we need to keep that in mind, that I will start from task manager, then resource monitor, and event viewer. So in the task manager would give me a real-time picture of my DC. So it will the task manager. So you will log into the server, and then you will open task manager, and we all know where to open task manager. You will go to the task bar, and then you will open task manager. In the task manager, it gives you CPU, it also gives you memory, it also gives you some other things. So my first focus will be on the CPU, that if my what is my CPU doing, is my CPU is less sitting at less than 50%. If it is sitting at less than 50%, it's fine, no problem. But if it is anywhere more than 60% or 70%, and it is staying there for 5 minutes, then it is something that I need to fix. So CPU going to 70%, 80% for 2 seconds and then come back, it's not an issue. So CPU can go on to even 90% for few seconds and come back to 50 or 40%, it's fine. But if it is sitting there on 60%, 70%, 60% is also acceptable, but 70 and 80% all the time CPU sitting there, it means that I need to fix it. But before I fix it, I need to know that if this is a problem. So my very first stop will be task manager. But let's say, so we are going to go into the server and see the task manager. But let's say everything looks fine here in CPU, in the task manager. In task manager, CPU is sitting at 30%, memory is sitting at 25%, and then also the networking and everything looks fine on CPU and memory. But so your next stop will be resource monitor. Resource monitor is basically advanced form of task manager. Yes, Naveed, go ahead.
Sir, two things. Number one, that if the CPU is very slow, then it will going to impact the majority of the users, right? But what if one user like me is not able to log in properly, and my login is very, very slow to the server? So in this situation, what could be the possibility?
Yes, so you have two-part question. Number one is that if the server is slow, it will be slow for everyone, so for many users. And let's say if it is not slow for everyone, it's only slow for you, then what is the possibility? Is that your question?
Absolutely correct.
Okay. So what happens is that when you have a problem only with one user, if you have a problem with only with one user, and how do you know if this is a problem with only one user? Because you don't see many tickets in the ticketing system. In the ticketing system, it's only saying that John is not able to log in. But when there are multiple users are not able to log in, then they would say Mark is having a slow performance, Adam is having a different issue with the same server. So that means that there is something wrong with the server. But if only one user is having a slow response or maybe not able to connect, just like yesterday in the last lecture when I was trying to log in, it was giving me some issue. And today it was giving me control panel issue. I'm trying to open a control panel, and as a normal user, I'm getting that error message on one machine. So that means that it is a problem with my machine or with my security policy. In that case, I will focus on only on John's machine. You will basically log into call John, and then you will call him and ask him, you opened a ticket, and I see that you're saying that you're not able to log in. I need to know exact error message. So this is exactly what you would ask. This is exactly what I would ask. I called him as being a system admin. I would ask him log in and give me the exact error message. Guys, when logging in and getting that exact error message would give you some hint. Sometimes it is just a general error message, but most of the time, this direct error message, the exact error message would give you what is the problem with this. So sometimes it would say no domain controller available to log in, no DC available to log in. Sometimes it would say that, and sometimes it would say your account is disabled. So if the account would have been disabled, that would have been the help desk. It would have fixed it, because as a system admin, you won't, most of the time you won't get this error message, because the system and the help desk team, they have the access to just enable the account. So if it is according to, if this is this message on that machine, it means that it's something wrong with the network of that machine. So it's according to that situation where you need to fix the issue.
Got it, sir. Thank you.
Okay, so let's understand for now a task manager, resource manager, and the role. So first of all, task manager is my first stop always, always, always. Even now, if I have to log into a cloud server, server 2016 or any server, my first stop is always task manager. And the task manager, the very first thing I see is the CPU, memory, and if it is going fine. And if in case task manager is not giving you the right situation, I mean everything looks normal, then your next stop is resource monitor. Resource monitor would give you more in-depth view of the same thing. And here it would give you more numbers, previous numbers and current numbers. It would give you this almost the same graph as task manager. But in resource manager, you have many, many parameters. Here you see just CPU and memory and disk and network. Whereas here it would give you more parameters in regards to the CPU, meaning CPU utilization. If it is sitting at 60%, it would also give you CPU read and write access. It would also give you many, many parameters. So basically resource monitor, which is this one, sorry, it's not the manager, it's resource monitor is in-depth view of task manager. So this is the first place, this is second. And let's say if resource manager is not able to help you and everything looks fine in here as well, so Naveed is asking a question: how do you access resource monitor? It is through the task manager. Within the task manager, there is a button at the bottom which says resource monitor. So you can go from the resource monitor from task manager. The third place where we need to look for is event viewer. Event viewer is the place where all of the events occur, where this is the log file. So everything that is happening on the server is is available in the event viewer. And in the event viewer, there is mainly three types of logs that we are interested in: security log, and we will see that on the server, everyone. Just here, I'm just wanted to make a context here. Application log, so security log, application log, and system log. So three different types of logs that we need to have a look at it. But these three different type of logs, these different type of log, just by the name, you can see that the first log only records the security information, who logged in, who logged off, and stuff like that. And the second log records only the application information. And the third log would record only the hardware information. So system log will have all the hardware information. If the disk is fine, if the memory is fine. So one more time, there are three logs that we are interested in, and I'll come back to your question, Alamgir, just a second. So when you go into the event log, there are hundreds of logs available. There are hundreds of logs, but we are interested in three major logs: security logs, which show the security information, who logged in, who changed what permissions on your server. Application log will show you the software information, which softwares are installed, which software are hanging, and stuff like that. And system log is the hardware information. So it gives you disk is working fine, CPU, and all that. Alamgir, you can go ahead with your question.
Yes, sir. Like, is there any program or is there any way you can set like when the task manager or resource monitor or anything goes over like 70% or 60, whatever you want to set it, right? So you get alert. So
Exactly, good. A very good question. Can we set up alerting in this? And definitely you must have to do that. You must have to do that. I mean, it's practically impossible to monitor thousands of servers. So just like I said, in Dell, there are 10,000 servers to monitor and work with. In a large hospital, there are maybe so one of the companies that I worked for, they had 30,000 servers, 30,000, and their clients were like in lakhs, 200,000, 300,000 clients. So when you have thousands of servers, guys, this is not possible to do a monitoring like this one by one. So just like one in the beginning, we also discussed that how can a system admin team can manage thousands of servers, guys. Basically, these thousands of servers are divided among system admin. So one system admin will be responsible for 300 servers, the other system admin will be responsible for another 300, and another system admin will be responsible for another 200 servers, and the fourth system admin will be responsible for 100 servers. So something like that. But you are responsible, but you are not responsible to log into each server every day and see. Even logging into 300 server is not possible. So what we do instead, there are monitoring software that automatically monitor all this traffic. So these monitoring software, one of the software is known as SCOM, SCOM, System Center Operations Manager. And this software will monitor these servers. And whenever there is something wrong with the server, it will send the system admin you an email. So this is the answer to answer your question, Alamgir. It's a good question that instead of going to each server manually and every day check, which is not possible, because we have only 8 hours in the office, and even if you're working from home, you can only work for maybe 8 12 hours. Even with 12 hours, you cannot see all of these servers. So most of the time we rely on the ticketing system, number one, and we rely on this monitoring software. The monitoring software is always there to basically keep a check on the server. If there is anything wrong, it will basically send you an email, and from that email you can try to fix the issue. So guys, from this slide, we need to now see where is the task manager, where is resource monitor, and where is event viewer. So basically, this is what the performance monitor will look like. So performance monitor is the fourth option. If you're not able to find anything by task manager, if you're not able to find anything by resource monitor and then event viewer, then we can use performance monitor. Performance monitor would continuously monitor the server and would show us the progress. Now let's log into the server, everyone. Let's log into the server. So in the server, let's say now we need to troubleshoot this server. So in order to troubleshoot the server, first of all, we need to log in with the admin account, whatever your admin account is. Now, what do I mean by whatever your admin account is? Because guys, most of the time in real environment, you won't log in with administrator account. Administrator account in most of the places will be disabled. So you need to log in with your own account so that it will be audited. So we will create a user and then provide that user with domain admin privileges. You will always log in with your own account.
Sir, I have a question.
Yes.
If there's a like, I know there are so many programs. If the program is off or shut down, so that will be appear in the performance or no?
If the program is shut down, then it won't appear in the performance.
Okay, so that means any app which is not running, that will not appear there, right?
Yes, any app that is not running will not appear in the performance monitor or the task manager, but that also make sure that that program is not a bottleneck because it's not running, right?
Yeah.
So yes, okay. So here, guys, so I'm on the server. First of all, I'm going to open Task Manager, and I want you to do that on your machine as well. So right click on this and go to Task Manager. So in the Task Manager, just like we learned, what we need to do is we need to keep an eye on four important things: CPU, disk, network, and CPU, disk, network, and memory. So here I will go into server. So in this, I need to go into more details. And when you click on more details, here it gives you the processes. So processes shows CPU and memory. And if I go to the performance, in the performance, it shows me this is CPU, memory, and Ethernet. So here it's showing me CPU is sitting at 7%, memory is sitting at 1 to 2, 50% here, and the Ethernet is sitting at 0%. So Ethernet is not even used. So this is the network use, this is the memory use, this is the CPU use. Let's say for some reason my CPU is sitting at 100%. If my CPU is sitting at 100%, then in here, then you come to the processes and you sort it by CPU and see that which CPU is taking up all of the memory. So here it gives you only the percentage which that your CPU is busy or not. But if you need to know which application is using the most CPU, it's here in the processes. In the processes, it will show you that which application, and if you sort it by CPU, it will show you which CPU, which application is taking most of your CPU. And same goes for the memory, which application is using your most of the memory of this in this server. So Naveed has a question. Do you have how do you access a resource monitor? Yes, resource monitor is right here from the task manager, and or is it third-party application tool or utility you need to access? So in order to access, let's say everything is working fine in performance monitor. Everything is working fine in performance monitor. You can go to the performance, and right here, right at the end, you will see open resource monitor. Resource monitor is right here. So resource monitor is right here. And once you open resource monitor, it will give you more in-depth view of the four important services. So it is giving you an in-depth view of CPU, disk, network, and memory. So it is giving you more in-depth view. So if I change to this, right here, it's saying overall, it is showing you all of this here. So if I look at this here, it is showing the same information, 9%, 0 KB, 0 kbps, and 0 for the memory. And if I go into more detail, it's also showing me the processes that are using this memory. So in here in the CPU, it's saying the most CPU threads are used by performance monitor at the moment. So this one, which is this one, and average CPU is 10. It is 10% for this process. And if you need more details, you can change it to just CPU, and it will also give you more details here. Now, the important thing that we need to understand that how much of this information I know after 20 years of my experience. I mean, how much of the information that I know about these files, these processes, these names, and this. So guys, I can tell you that I don't have even 5% idea about what these processes, what these names and applications are. Not even 5% idea. So which means that you as a system admin, you don't have to understand everything. You don't even have to, and nobody has to understand. Even a cloud admin, system admin, network admin, security admin, nobody needs to understand everything what is happening here. But guys, the most important thing that we need to understand is that which process is eating up the CPU. Okay, so I mean, with that, what I mean to say is, in order to understand this, do not panic that you don't know what is task manager, what is system interrupts, what is DWM, what is system, what is MP engineer. So you don't have to panic that you don't know all this, or if you have to learn all this. No, you don't. Nobody has to learn all this. The only thing that you need to understand is know that where to go and find that what is blocking the CPU, what is clogging the CPU, what is clogging the disk. It is exactly like, let's say a kitchen pipe is clogged. What do you need to do? You need to see that what is blocking it. Sometimes you would just bring something, a wire, and you would just try to clean that, or sometimes you will bring a motor that would go inside and clean the pipe. This is exactly what we need to do. So let's say if somebody is complaining the CPU is sitting at 100% or slow, my first place that I need to go is, first of all, look at the task manager. In the task manager, I look at this, And also, if this is not clear, then I can open resource monitor and I will go into more detail. Basically, both of them have some similar information. If I go to the processes, I can find all this information right here. I can sort it by here, and I can also see that information here.
Sorry, Adnan, I have a question.
Yes, please go ahead.
Do we have any specific standard? Because as you mentioned, there are lots. But if some error happened in the regular job, you know how we can understand. For example, right now is everything green as I see. If something bad happen, is gonna go to the red, kind of like that. We can recognize.
So, yes. So first of all, I'm just thinking. That I should I go into the scenarios? Should I just go through these services first? Yes, we will discuss the scenarios, Human. So one of the scenarios that you said that how do you know how to fix something if something is clogging anything? So yes, so in that case, this is where I was going, and the way this works is like this, everyone. Let's say you got a ticket saying that this a certain server is slow. Maybe a failover cluster is slow or failover cluster is failing. Now, the very first thing that I would try to do, I would first go into the task manager and see that if what is the performance of the server. The performance meaning CPU is fine, memory is fine, and all these things are fine. At this point, it shows me that memory is sitting as 48 server, and this is a small concern. This is a bit of a concern, but it's not a huge concern because it is less than 50. If the memory is sitting more than 80%, let's say if I go into this, let me try to simulate this, that if I try to increase the memory. So if I can go into the settings, and within the settings, I'll go and decrease the memory that is given to this server. If I decrease the memory, definitely this accumulated memory or the used memory will be increased. So let's say if I go here and decrease the memory, if I can, it won't let me because I have to shut down the machine and then I can decrease the memory. If I can start with a less memory, then this memory will go up, or if I can install any software. Now, let's say if the CPU is sitting at 80%, right? And I'll come back to your question, Aramgir, in a moment. So if the CPU is sitting at 80%, then I would first sort this out and sort out and see what is the server, what is the application that is using the CPU 60%. Let's say the application is right here. This saying anti-malware service executable file. If this is taking 60%, so everyone now look at this carefully and listen to this carefully, that I am not an expert of all these services, neither are you. So you're not an expert. I'm not an expert. My manager is not an expert. And you won't find any expert of all these services anywhere in the world. So all of us, how we troubleshoot is exactly like this. What I would do, I would directly go onto Google and put this file name. So first of all, I will see that, this anti-malware service executable something, some service is taking up 100%. And here some things are also making sense. So this is making sense that since I am using resource monitor, it is using 10% of the memory because I have opened it. This is working here. So this makes sense. I already know that if I close this resource monitor, this will be fixed automatically. So resource monitor is gone and CPU is also gone to the right place. Let's say if I open this again right here and open resource monitor, and now look at the processes, I can directly see that now it is taking 21% of the CPU. Now guys, most of the time you need to remember that in servers are expensive, these are expensive devices. IBM might have spent 10,000 to buy this server. I mean, the servers that we are using, these are these are like lab rats. Like it's just a test machine, and it is working with a very less tiny resources. So it's working with the tiny resources. This is why we see this. But in servers, they are basically equipped with multiple CPUs and lot of memory and all that. So you won't find these small little bottlenecks on the server. Yes, Alamgir, you may ask a question.
Yes, sir. You just said maybe you need to uh, reduce the memory, right? So imagine if some of the servers have a Hyper-V and inside there are virtual machines, maybe 10, 15. So you always increase the memory, right? So otherwise they don't start. So in that case, so if you reduce the like memory, so those virtual machines or the services will not be affected.
Alamgir, yes, they will be affected, but I mean, in reality or even in real life, we won't ever reduce the memory. We always
Oh,
increase the memory. Here, I just wanted to show you that
oh,
let's say that how do you see a memory if it is like 80% in use? So for that, I wanted to reduce the memory.
okay.
Okay. In real world, we don't reduce anything. We just increase. We try to increase, and the companies will push back always. So as a system admin, you will always ask your manager, this server needs more CPU, this server needs more memory, and manager would say, no, we don't have a budget and we don't increase it. So in real, we always increase.
Oh, yeah, sure. Thank you.
You're welcome. Naveed, you
Sir, I have a question.
yeah. Yes, go ahead.
Sir, I want to ask you that can you go in your resource monitor, please?
Yes, resource
And
monitor,
there is a file menu on top left.
file menu, yes.
Yeah. What is this, sir? Restore default settings or save settings as or
Yes.
load settings.
Yes, settings are that if you make any changes to this resource monitor, then you can go to the default settings. Now, in order to change settings, you can make any changes to these settings the way you want to look at this monitor. Let's say you wanted to make any changes to the monitor. Let's say select processes that you don't want to monitor CPU 1 and you just want to monitor CPU 0. So this is a change of setting in that monitor. And likewise, you have many other things that you can change on this monitor. And if you want to change it back to the default, you can just say restore default and everything is back to normal.
I see. Okay. Thank you.
Okay, you're most welcome. So guys, here Ashish has a question. He's saying, do containers show up here as well and can be disabled some and increase memory that way? Yes, yes. Containers are also VMs, like VMs. So these are small little packaged VMs as containers, and containers also show up here. You can just either kill them. So guys, here there is if you need to close anything from here, you will have to end the process. So meaning you will kill the process. So let's say if I need to kill this, I will right click on this, and here you can end process. It means that I killed it and it's gone. So there is a difference between a closing an application and killing an application. Killing an application can crash the application. So always remember, let's say if some application is clogged, if some application is eating up all your CPU, you have two ways to do that. You have two ways to fix it. One way to fix it is that, let's say if this is clogging this, then you can right click and you can end task. But the best way to do it, to find the application and to terminate the application gracefully, respectfully, which is right here from the application. So if I go to the application and I click it from here, it will be gracefully shut down the application. But in the task manager, if I do it from here, then it will kill the application. And when killing the application can make the application corrupt as well. But your question might be, then why do we have end task if it can corrupt the application? Guys, sometimes your application is hung. Your application is completely not responsive. So which means that you keep on clicking on this and it won't close. And it is also eating up your CPU. So sometimes the last resort will always be right click on the application and end task. So you can end task from right here and it will be removed so that you can have more CPU. Now you can fix the application. So guys, we have seen task manager. Task manager is your first stop. And secondly, we also talked about, let's say if you don't know about any application that is, so let's say this is an application com FURRO gate something, and I don't know what that application is. Let's say if this is taking 100%. So what I would do, first of all, I would try to investigate about this application. So what I would do, I would open internet And within internet, I will try to see that what is this application for. Guys, this is, I'm telling you, if in interview they ask you a question saying that, if you don't know about the application, how can you fix it? So guys, nobody knows about all of the application. Yes, we do know what is Active Directory users and computer, what is DHCP, what is DNS, what is all that. Those are major applications. But what about if unknown application is clogging your CPU? So guys, in that, the only way to find out is this. So I'm gonna type here com, whatever this word is, and then I'm going to search for this, that what is this application for. So here it's saying what is com surro gate application, and why is it, and there are some people asking some questions around this. So they're saying, so here it is explained that this is some com stands for component object model. This is an interface of Microsoft introduced back in 1993. So guys, as soon as I see the word Microsoft with an application, done. I don't need to read any further. It means that it is one of the processes that Microsoft uses to manage this server. So I'll close down this. And let's say if it is clogging this, then what I can do, I can try to kill this and then see that because if it is a Microsoft process, it will automatically come back and it will fix itself. So with this, I wanted to give you an idea that let's say if there is an application that is clogging your CPU or memory and you don't know about it, take some time with that service and try to investigate if this is a legit service or it's not a legit service that needs to be running, or sometime it might be a virus. So task manager is always your first step. And here you have users. It will show you how many users are connected to this server. So in this case, only I am the one connected. Let's say if I try to connect with another user, with switch user, then that user will be shown here as well. And also it will show how many processes are running by this user. So you will see other users here as well. In the details, it will give you more detail about all of the processes that are running. And in the services, it is showing you what services are running on this server. Okay. Now for the services here, you can see, let's say if you want to stop Active Directory. So let's say there is a DNS service running here. It's saying running and DNS is running fine. Let's say, and I wanted to show you a connection between services and applications. So let's say if I go to server manager, and we all know where to manage DNS server. In order to manage DNS server, you need to open DNS manager. So once the DNS manager is open, DNS manager is working. Let's say if I go to services and I stop this service here. So stop the service, you stop the service, and as soon as you go back to DNS manager, here it says DNS manager is not running. Why? Because the service is not running. So sometimes when the DNS service or any service is down or any application is down, it's because that its service is not running. Now, how to fix this? Now, one way to fix this is you find the service in services and you start the service. So this is one way of doing this. Guys, the other way of doing that as well is that if you're not able to find anything, just restart the server. As soon as you restart the server, this service will run. But guys, unfortunately, you will not have the privilege to restart the server on your own, because servers should never be restarted. Servers should always be running. If ever, guys, this is the last point for that I want you to remember for today, is that today we need to remember that, everyone, that never ever stop or restart a server in the running environment. We don't restart a server. Let's say you restart a server, you're risking your job, because restarting a server means that there will be few seconds the users will be disconnected, and imagine it's a banking server and there are hundreds of users are connected to that server making millions of transactions. So when you restarted the server, it will take 1 or 2 minutes. In that 1 or 2 minutes, or maybe sometimes 5 minutes, maybe the server won't even come back because of some other issue, not because you restarted it, because of some other issue, it just crashed. So guys, your restarting of a server can be very expensive for the organization, and that can lead you to get fired. So always remember, we should never ever restart or stop a server. servers are working for years and years. They will be keep on working years of year. Now your question is, and I'll come back to your question, Naveed, just give me a second. And so your question might be, then how do we install security updates? Because security updates requires restart. Guys, when we install security updates on these servers, we do that in the off peak hours, in the off hours, not between the office hours. Number one, that we always restart a server in the off hours, like after 5 p.m. or maybe at night. But even doing that, we need to get permissions from the management. You will always inform the management in 2 weeks in advance, 2 weeks in advance, that this server will be restarted after 2 weeks. Why? Because we need to install security patches. And how do you get that permission? You will send them emails, you will receive back the emails that your management and the other departments would tell you, okay, you can restart the server. And on that day, you will restart the server only in that window, because you need to give them on next Friday between 2 a.m. and 3 a.m. This server will be restarted. So if there is any interruption, everyone should know. So let's say you restarted the server and server crashed on next Friday. When you restarted the server at 2 a.m. and the server crashed, and now it will take 5 hours to rebuild the server, and your management will come to you that why did you restart the server is crashed. At that point, you can give them the email, I got that permission, and you're saved. So no finger will be pointing to you, because you restart the server for regular maintenance and it didn't came back, it's fine. But you restart the server without informing anyone and it never came back, you're fired. So we need to keep that in mind. Yes, Naveed, you may ask a question.
Sir, you answered the question already about the maintenance, because I heard from a couple of people that this is the part of the maintenance when you are turning the server off for a few hours and then turning it on.
Exactly.
So you already answered it. Yeah.
Excellent. Very good. So guys, here, this is Task Manager. And this is within the Task Manager, we have something called Resource Monitor, which is also gives the same information. And the third one that we end up with is Event Viewer. So there is something called event. You can type the word event, and here is the event viewer. Remember that in event viewer, we have logs for the server. So here it says Windows logs. So in order to open event viewer, all you need to do is just go to start, and you can open either you can also open it from the server manager as well. You can go to tools, and right here you can see event viewer. So within event viewer, once you open event viewer, it will give you, and it will shows you hundreds of logs in here. So right here under this Windows logs, and you will get all these different type of logs here. So here you have FV logs and you have Windows logs, and these are hundreds and hundreds of logs right here. But guys, the most important logs that we are responsible for are these logs: application log, security log, and system log. So just remember that here system log, it will give you logging information of hardware devices, if any. So here it gives you all information. So it's not giving you any error message. Here it gives you some warning. There was some warning at some point and the warning is saying the reason you supplied with this administrator lost unexpected shutdown. So at one point I just shut down the server, and that is logged in this. And you can see that my name is logged in as well. So basically, so if let's say if I'm logged in with my name, it is logged in here. So be careful working anything on the server, because everything is logged, and they know. Even if you deny at the end saying that I didn't do it, but the logs will tell you that who did it. And this is exactly for the very reason we don't share our username and password with anyone. Why? Because if you shared it with a friend saying that, oh, use my credentials, then it will work, then that person might create a problem and that can get you fired. So everything is logged in this environment. Yes, Naveed, go ahead.
Sir, in these logs, can we find out, let's say the scenario is one of the files deleted by me from the server. Okay. Now we want to recover that, or we want to find out who was that user by which the file was deleted. So in this situation, are there the logs on the server for that user? who deleted the file in
Yes,
error?
yes, yes, everything. So in the system log, there will be hardware, mostly hardware related issues. And the one that you're asking will be in the security log. In the security log, here it's saying the account was logged off. And here it gives you all the information that who deleted what, who did what on the server. You delete a file, you create a file, you do everything, and that all will be logged here on this in this security log.
Awesome. Thank you.
Okay. So everyone, this is all for tonight, and next lecture will be the last lecture of this training, and we will go through some other very important services. We will go through the review of everything what we have covered, and I will provide you with a custom lab as well. So review
Adnan bhai,
everything before the next lecture. Yes.
sorry, just quick, if you never mind for the printer, I ask you.
Oh, yes, yes, yes. So yes, for the printer, let me go back to your question. And the printer was what was your question about the printer?
Just what happened in the back end when somebody logging to the printer from the client machine or the printer machine, whatever.
Right, right, right. So what happens is everyone, this is a user. So the question is when the person is trying to print something on a printer. Let's say we have a printer right here. So this is a printer, let's say. Now everyone knows the main purpose of a printer. Printer prints information. So here this is a printer, and so printers are of two types: a local printer and a network printer. A local printer is a printer that connects directly to your laptop, and most of the time at home we have all these printers. So you have all these USB printers, and as soon as you finish with your resume or whatever document, you will send a printout, and here you will find that print available. Okay. Now I think the question is mostly about the network printer, how the network printer works in the network. So first of all, network printer, just like the word network, it is connected directly to a switch. So network printer is connected to a switch, and all the servers and all other clients are also connected with the switch, and all of the other users are connected to the switch as well. So what happens is that in here, printer will be connected, and also the servers will be connected, and the clients will be connected as well to the printer. So now, how do you print to this server? Now, when a network printer is there, network printer will always be provided with an IP address. So let's say you just bought a new printer. So the very first thing that you will need to do, you will unbox the printer, you will connect it. So unbox the printer, number one. Number two, connect it to the switch. You connected it. And the number three part, very important part, is configure an IP address. So once you configure an IP address, then this printer has an IP address. Then on the client machine, number four, you will add the printer. So you will add a printer. Now, when you add a printer, it will give you two options. Is it a local printer, a USB printer, or is it a network printer? So when you go and configure a network printer, because this is a network printer, USB printer will be automatically recognized. But network printer, as soon as you select, it will say, provide me an IP address. So here you will say the IP address is 168.10.99. And as soon as you do this, it will try to connect to the printer. It will download the driver. And most of the time, Windows 10 has all of the drivers. It is connected. Now going to that part, how do you print to that printer? When you print to that printer, number five, again, so this time when you printed on the local printer, it was just a Word document, it goes to this. Next time when you print to the printer, it will go directly to the network and to the printer. Now, this is what we all understand, but how do you assign permissions to this printer? Let's say you don't want Ali to print on this printer because Ali and James here, they print their personal files, personal books on this printer because this is a color printer and they like their books to be printed. So this person is printing here, and every time the printer toner is finished, and the company has to buy another toner for $500 to refill the toner. So in order to have permissions of security on the printer, there are two ways to do that. One way is that we can go into the printer and then assign printer, assign these securities manually on the printer. And then we can say that this user has full access. This user has full access to the printer, and this user does not have any access, no access to this printer. This user can only print on a normal printer. So this is another normal network printer that is connected. So this is a color printer, and this is a black and white printer.
So we can also apply group policy on these two users to block the color printing, right?
Exactly. So very simple. You can do some permissions or you can apply some group policies as well. So in group policies, you can say that this printer is only available to your Toronto OU users, and this printer is not available to that other, or maybe this printer is only available to managers. Because in a group policy, remember that group policy can be applied to OU. You can create a group policy, add this printer, and then apply it to managers. And then group policy also applied to normal employees, and don't let them print. So permissions can be accessed from here or managed from here.
Sorry. Okay, so this is basically, the picture is clear that you assign the IP address and the printing goes to the switch, and from switch, it basically transferred to the printer. But my question to you is, are we going to install this printer on the local machine or on the server itself?
No, on the local machine. We need to install.
So every local print. Okay, so every local machine has its software.
Every local machine would do exactly like this. Let's say if I need to install a printer, I would just say add printer, and in here add a printer. And as soon as I'm here on this screen, it tells me which printer do you need. So I can say add a printer,
right?
And it will start a wizard. And in here, once it starts a wizard, it will ask me, do you need a direct printer or a network printer? So it is here where we need to select. Yes.
So what kind of settings? What kind of settings we will do from the server itself? Because we have installed the software on all the users' computers. We have assigned the IP address as well. So what kind of tasks we have to complete from the server?
Yes, so hold on. So I'll go to that, and it's very simple. But here, look at this. So on the client machine, it's saying that you have one printer connected, but the printer that I want is not listed here. So in that, I will have to go to this other wizard. So it's saying that is your printer local or is your printer network printer? So here, this is the third option. It's saying the printer using TCP IP address. And here, as soon as I select this and click next, here it needs to ask me the IP address. So once I enter the IP address, it will connect to the printer. I don't have a network printer, that's why it won't work. But what do you need to do on the server side? So guys, on the server side, we have a role. Remember that there are 17 roles within Windows Server 2003. So there is one role called print server role. Print server role. As soon as we install that role, what this does on this role, we can now start adding printers. So let's say this is printer one is added to this role, and printer 2 is added to this role as well. So once these roles are installed, from here now we can assign permissions that this printer is only available for floor number 1, which is floor number 1 of your building, and this printer is available for floor number 2 of the building. So you can now manage. So people on floor number 2 cannot come here and print and paper. So it's like that. So you can do management. So to answer your question, Naveed, that what do we need to do from the server side? Server side print server role is only used when you have hundreds of printers to be managed. If there are very few printers to be managed, then we don't use this role, because using this role is more additional administration. So in a medium-sized company, we don't use print server. Print server is only used in large companies, and it is already configured. Wherever you go, it is already configured. You don't have to do much with this.
Okay, so if there are only 10 or 15 employees in a company, so you don't have to do any kind of task from the server itself. All you have
If it is a small company, you don't have to do anything. All you have to do, go to the machine and add the printer manually.
Right. Okay, got it. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Sorry, Adnan. It means for those printer on the big company, for example, they have different site. For example, 100 printer they have, but for example, 10 printer in Toronto, 50 printer in Lincolnshire, kind of like that. They all printer come to the server, and we put them on the separate server, or you explain for the server role, because I don't get it. We just created different server, or just we maintenance on one of the server role?
Yes. So everyone, the question is, let's say in a large company, how do you architect this server roles? I mean, how many server do you need for a print server management? So guys, most of the time what happens is, even in a large organization, there will be only one server as a print manager, or maximum two servers. Because print server is not a very heavy server. It's one server. Let's say you select that server in the headquarter building, and this server you will install the print server role. And on this server, you will add all these printers on this server, so that all these printers are available. Now, the only convenience that you're going to get with this is that you don't have to individually remember which printers need to be installed on which floor. So let's say in a large organization, you have a building of, let's say, 40 floors, and all floors have, let's say, maybe 500 employees. So on all floors, there are different printers available. So print server will help you manage all these printers on all these different floors. So that's the main purpose of a print server. And print server, to answer your question, Human, it will be either one or maximum two servers for your complete organization. So one server is managing, the other server is for the backup. If one server goes down, the other server is available. Now the question, now one question you might have, let's say if this print server is not available, so it means that people won't be able to use the printers? No, that is not the case. This is just for the management. Even if the server goes down, people will still be able to print to the printers, because they already have drivers and directly connected to the printer. So even if this server goes down, people will be able to manage, connect to the printer, and they continue printing. The only problem will be that no new printers can be managed through print server.
Adnan bhai, just another question: how those printer recognize which user can use? Because those printer has Active Directory, and the username is inside, or they go to the different Active Directory, and when they get authentication, they can use the printer.
Yes. So another important question: how do you know if John needs to have access to which floor printer? So that needs to be done the first time when we install the print server role. And what happens is, once you, so there are the process is, you install a server, then you install the role of the print server role, the role. And the third thing is, attach it to Active Directory server. So your company definitely have an Active Directory server, and Active Directory server has the list of all the users' account and password. We all know that. AD has all the user accounts. So we connect this print server to Active Directory server. So in that way, you don't have to individually add the users. It will take the list from the Active Directory server and then provide them access.
Yeah, it's clear. Thank you so much.
You're most welcome. Salim, you may ask a question. Salim, if you have a question, okay. Oh, Salim is reconnecting.
Sir, one thing I'm still confused about.
Yes.
Sir, you install the printer on a laptop, right? And you assign the IP address. Then it is going to the switch, and then from the switch it is going to the printer.
Right.
Okay.
So is that a question?
Thank you.
And sir, yeah. So like this IP will be remain the same for all users, or will it be different?
So the printer IP will remain the same for all the users. So if this printer needs to be accessed by this user, you need to go into this machine and go to add printer, and then add the IP address. Use this IP address because this is the IP address where they need to send the prints to.
Okay, so in the printer itself, there is an option to set up IP.
Exactly.
Oh,
So
that's why.
yes,
Okay.
if it is a network printer, then it will have an access. Normally, a normal home printer does not have that IP address settings. So most of the time, it's the network printer that has the configuration where you can set the IP.
Yeah, that was I was confused about, because if you're setting up IP only on the laptop, then how it is communicating through the switch?
Excellent.
So technically, there is an IP address in the printer itself. That's why it's basically communicating. Okay,
Yeah.
I got it. Thank you.
Excellent.
Okay.
Very good. Anyone else has a question?
No, sir. Thank you.
Okay, very good, everyone. So this is all for today, guys. Remember that please review your notes, everything that we have learned so far in the last 3 months, and there will be a custom lab, and next lecture we'll review everything and we'll finish this up.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, everyone.
Thank you, Adnan bhai.
Before you leave, so 2007 does not have any files essentially.
Can you repeat your question? Your voice is missing, a little bit missing.
Can you hear me? Hello?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Now? Okay. So the Windows 7 actually did not have any RSAT files anymore.
RSAT file. Yeah, Windows 7 doesn't have RSAT file anymore. Yes.
Yeah, so there was only Windows 8.1 available, I guess, right? So
so we can try that with Windows 8. So let's install Windows 8 and try RSAT on that.
Yeah, I just pretty much started with that. I guess that might help.
I think it will work with Windows 10 as well. It's just that Windows 10 needs to be enabled. That's it. Updated. Once it is updated, it should work fine.
Oh, right. You mean like all the other default updates and stuff like that, like security updates?
Exactly. It should work fine.
Okay. All right, sounds good.
Okay.
We'll try that.
Okay, everyone. We'll see you in the next lecture. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Adnan bhai. Allah Hafiz, everyone.
Allah Hafiz.